Meeting of October 11, 2022 is called to order. Mertz, are there individuals who wish to address the board during today's meeting?
There are people who have registered to provide public comment, and I will review the rules for public comment. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes to address the board, and I will keep track of time. We will be strictly following the time limits so that everyone has an opportunity to speak. It is the practice of the board not to respond to comments during the public participation portion of the meeting. They may reach out to you later. We will maintain an atmosphere of respect for all people, and disrespecting anyone by name or otherwise will be asked to cease. Public participation will occur in person. That's where we'll begin with the people in the room, and also virtually with the people who have registered. So I will tell you who is up to speak right now. You'll have 3 minutes. You can monitor it on here if you will come to the table, and then I'll tell you who's on deck. Okay, so Nick Atwater will be first, followed by John Ellsworth. Good. When you start talking, I'll start the timer.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nick Atwater. I use he, him pronouns, and I currently live in Ferndale, Michigan, but I'm here representing Prism Detroit. We are an organization that is aimed to make schools more inclusive by supporting teachers and students, and right now one of our big initiatives is focusing on GSAs, or gender and sexuality alliances. Essentially, they're student clubs, student-led clubs, providing a safer space for students to be themselves and to explore their identities and such. So one of the things that I came here to do today is provide some teacher perspective, because I think oftentimes we hear from parents and from students and not always from teachers. And specifically, I want to talk about the Mde trainings that were provided. The folks that are refuting the Mde trainings are seeming to be in a series of attacks that are happening on LGBTQ youth and educators in school systems across the nation. And these attacks are at the expense of all students. So it's diminishing the rights of other students to learn and to be in a safe and affirming environment despite their identity. So I would like to offer some gratitude as to having these trainings. I was able to attend a few of them myself this last fall, and I was in a classroom with 8th graders this last spring. And in that time, I was able to apply some of the strategies about community building, policy, providing visibility and inclusion for all the students based on the expert advice from those trainings. And in particular, I wanted to focus on one student who was they were a challenging student, so to speak. I use that in quotes because we know students can be difficult, but they're never challenging, so to speak. But this student had difficulty with some of the teachers and staying in class. They also had a learning disability, and when I showed up in the spring as a long-term sub, my experience was I was able to present myself as my whole self, also thanks to the Mde trainings and giving me that support. So as a gay teacher, I was there. I was able to wear rainbows and proudly claim that I'm married to a husband and also a father. So all these things were really important to me, and I did not want to hide them. And because of that, I had these students that perked up and saw that there was somebody there representing them. And this one student in particular, he became better in class. He was more studious, to pay more attention because we were able to have that bond in that relationship. So he even gave me a affectionate name of Lorax after seeing my mustache after removing mask. But I just really want to emphasize that the trainings were fantastic, and the support for them needs to continue. If anything, more schools, all schools should be having some sort of LGBTQ inclusive training.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Ellsworth, followed by Andrew Holman.
Hi, I'm John Ellsworth. I'm the Director of Communications for Grand Ledge Public Schools. Before that, I spent 20 years teaching students about social studies in our great country. These last 4 years, I've been blessed to be able to share information with our community, families, and staff. Good things happen in our state's public schools every day. And I'm proud and lucky I get to share about that and celebrate that with my community. One of those good things that happened recently is our public school district adopted a new strategic plan this summer. And the process and the result are worth sharing, and that's why I'm here. The Grand Ledge Public School community has been working to heal, to create unity, and to find common cause in order to provide our students with a great experience. And creating a strategic plan has really helped our school community move forward. Back in May, we convened a strategic planning team of nearly 36 individuals, and great care was given to include diverse points of view, some critical of our school district, some supportive. We also included civic and business leaders, parents, staff, and students. Over the course of many hours on a Saturday, this group created a mission, vision, and set of beliefs that our school board later adopted that summer as part of the strategic plan. This process of pulling together a variety of stakeholders was important so our entire school community could be heard and then move forward together with a shared understanding of our goals and beliefs. So to finish up, I wanted to share our strategic plan's mission, vision, and beliefs, that which guides what we do right now at Grand Ledge Public Schools. And keep in mind, Grand Ledge Public Schools is GLPS, and in our mission is growing learners, preparing students, GLPS. We did that intentionally to help everyone remember. Our vision, Grand Ledge Public Schools will provide every student a high-quality education, critical thinking skills, and social development to reach their highest potential in a safe and inclusive environment. We also adopted a set of 6 belief statements. We believe all students can learn. We believe it is the role of the school district to provide support and access for all students. We believe in an inclusive learning environment where every person is valued. We believe the GLPS staff are professionals who are vital to the health and future of the Grand Ledge community. We believe in a safe, inclusive environment where students can explore their interests and learn the skills they need to thrive in their communities. We believe in partnerships between family, community, and education stakeholders for the success of Grand Ledge Public Schools. Thank you for listening, and thank you for supporting our students and our public schools.
Thank you. Andrew Holman, followed by Susie Staley. If I mispronounce anyone's name, please correct me. I want to get your names correct.
You got mine.
Great.
All right, hey, good afternoon. My name is Drew Holman. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm here to represent the Michigan Education Justice Coalition today. We're a coalition of locally based and statewide organizations in Michigan calling for equitable funding and diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice for all of our kids in schools. We know how important it is to have safe and inclusive schools for our youth, families, and educators. We are shocked at the hateful words and actions by small organized groups of adults, and we won't stand by and let them discredit professional development, inclusive sex education curriculum, or the books that we have in our libraries. There are people looking to destroy and disrupt our public schools. We won't let this happen, and that is why we are working with parents, caregivers, youth, and educators across Michigan to ensure that no matter a child's race, sexuality, disability, or other identity, we will support brave inclusion and safety because that is what all of our youth deserve. Furthermore, we are pleased to see professional development and other programming to advance our school community's inclusion of our LGBTQIA+ youth. The leadership of Dr. Rice and the MDE does not go unnoticed. We encourage this board to pass a policy in support of transgender and non-binary students and staff. Furthermore, we call on board members to speak out publicly in affirmation of our LGBTQIA+ youth, families, and educators. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Susie Staley, please, followed by Herman.
Hi everyone, my name is Susie Staley. I use she, her pronouns, and I currently serve as the Associate Executive Director at a teen center in Ann Arbor called the Neutral Zone. And I first want to offer gratitude. I understand that you all have a deep commitment to be of best and highest service to young people in our state. And I know you take that very seriously. So thank you for that. And one thing that has been done right and well for 18 years is providing vital training to educators and staff in K-12 schools so that they can then be of best and highest service and have a trickle-down effect to the students in our great state. And again, I'm glad that we all take that very seriously. And I'll be honest, as an out-of-school time educator, as a nonprofit leader with minors and K-12 students in our state, and frankly, as an out LGBT person, it was jarring to hear that, albeit a small group of people, but people nonetheless coming to really put our young people in danger and to take away vital resources and supports that they need not only to be successful in school, but to thrive beyond, right? We know that these programs work. I mean, it's undeniable. So it was really jarring. And again, I appreciate all of the support. I would implore you all to consider putting out some public guidance, right? Because we know that when we allow young people to come and be their authentic selves and to show up as who they authentically are, it not only helps them, again, to succeed, to thrive, but we know that it saves lives. And I see it every day in the work that we do. Our center has roughly 40% LGBTQIA plus identified young people coming every day. So I witness it, and I think any halt of the curriculum that we're doing or the trainings that are happening would be detrimental, and it would be dangerous not only to one of our most vulnerable populations, but we know that if we don't center marginalized and vulnerable populations, we're all losing. So I would implore you all to consider creating some guidance that could then be recommended to districts across the state. Again, we're doing so much right, but when people start sort of narrating and creating stories that are really, really filled with dangerous rhetoric around our most vulnerable young people, we've got to do better. And I trust that can happen. And I thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. The next speaker is Harmon, and Harmon will be followed by Rebecca Froby and Miriam Froby, who will come to the table together, I believe.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Harmon. I live in Hazlitt. I use they, them pronouns. I actually worked here at MDE for a year, but I'm back in this building today because I want to voice my support for the professional development sessions MDE provides to school staff who want to support their school's LGBTQ+ students. I've attended these sessions myself, and I've observed how informative and helpful they are. I graduated high school in 2017, so it's been about 5 years since I was in the K-12 education system. Through many of those years, I struggled with family issues at home and feeling adrift at school with no mentors or adults I could trust. Comparatively, school was my refuge from home, but even then I didn't feel completely safe, and I struggled to talk to anyone who wasn't a close friend. As a young, non-binary, and queer person, I know how hard things can be at home and at school. Growing up, my parents would ask, what was wrong with me? Why I couldn't act or look like a normal kid? As I started to come out publicly, my father said I couldn't be trusted. My mother said I would go to hell for my sexuality. When my parents split, my gender identity became another weapon for them to use in their fight against each other. In high school, I didn't have a teacher or counselor or school nurse who I felt safe to talk to about how uncomfortable I felt in my body or the attraction I felt towards my friends across the gender spectrum. Staff did little to stop other students who mocked the one trans boy who came out when I was a junior. It just wasn't the safe place to be myself. I wish I could have felt safe to be my full self back then. Having even just one trusted adult to listen to and support me would have helped tremendously. For young people still in school, I hope that staff will be courageous enough to understand and support them to be their full, magnificent selves. And that's why it was amazing to see all the staff in those sessions eager to learn and understand their students. From teachers and counselors to principals and superintendents, staff at all levels want to create safe and nurturing environments for their students, and especially LGBTQ+ students. I applaud Dr. Rice and MDE staff for offering these sessions. They make an enormous difference for students today. They would have made an enormous difference for me when I was a student. As a board, you should feel proud of the strong leadership we have in our superintendent and the school staff across our state to stand with LGBTQ+ students. All of us are constantly learning and growing, and that can be uncomfortable at times. But when Dr. Rice says all means all, he truly means all students. All students deserve to feel safe, to feel like they belong, to feel like they can learn and grow at school. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Rebecca Frobe and Miriam Frobe. I believe they're coming to the table together. I'm wrong about that. Okay, Rebecca is here, and Miriam will be next.
Good afternoon. My name is Rebecca Frobe. I'm a parent of 3 children in Lansing School District. 2 of my children are members of the LGBTQIA community. I'm here today in support of Dr. Rice, MDE, and safe and supportive schools. We've been very lucky with Lansing School District. They have been supportive and have provided a safe, welcoming, and nurturing environment for my kids. When my eldest announced that they needed to use they, them pronouns, their teachers and all of the school staff understood and made the change. It was only later that I discovered that shortly before announcing that they needed this switch, my child had been having suicidal thoughts. We know without a doubt that when a young person's name and pronouns are respected, they do better in school, have more confidence, and have lower rates of suicide. I shudder to think what might have happened had we not all been so supportive. Supporting all of our students is not only the right thing to do, but it is required by state and federal law. The State Board of Education's LGBTQ statement and guidance have been very helpful, giving concrete examples for how schools can comply with the law and support students. Dr. Rice deserves our accolades for his hard work, making certain that all of our students are safe and supported in our schools. And as a parent, I am proud to have this opportunity to be able to thank and support him. To that end, I support professional development for educators and school policymakers on how they can best support all of their students: neurodivergent students, disabled students, students of color, immigrant students, and queer and trans students. They all deserve an education so that they can all achieve their promise of better and brighter futures. Isn't that what we all want for our kids? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Miriam Frobe, followed by Logan Harding.
Hello, my name is Miriam Frobe. I use they, them pronouns. I am a 9th grade student at Easton High School here in Lansing, Michigan. I am queer, I am agender, asexual, and aromantic, which colloquially is referred to as a AAA battery. First of all, book bans try to protect children, yet they achieve the opposite by prohibiting information and knowledge about the world in which we live. According to the Supreme Court ruling of 1982, 40 years ago, quote, school boards cannot remove books from school library shelves simply because they dislike the ideas contained by those books, end quote. It is a violation of our First Amendment free speech rights. Historically, people banning books were the villains. We should not look to model ourselves after Nazis and the Khmer Rouge. All kids need to be supported, including queer kids like me. When kids are supported, we blossom. When we aren't safe, we wilt. And unfortunately for many of us, school is our only safe space. Therefore, we cannot put our most marginalized students at risk by outing them against their wishes or without their consent. That is all. I am
finished
done.
with your comments?
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Logan Harding, followed by Amy Milligan.
Hello, my name is Logan Harding, and I use he and him pronouns. I'm here speaking to you today as a transgender alumni of Portland High School, in class of 2013, and I also work with Stand With Trans. I'm here to ask you to continue to protect the rights and protections given to students and educators in your 2016 guidance on safe and supportive learning environments for LGBTQ students. While your guidance does say that a school-assisted notification to the parents of their child's asserted identity should only be done on a case-by-case basis, after careful evaluation of the situation, there is still plenty of fear-mongering happening amongst some parents. There are parents who want you to create a policy that demands immediate disclosure to parents so that they can handle it in the family, which can mean to discourage their child from being their authentic self in order to conform better to the parent's own religious or political beliefs. The teachers are not signing medical consent forms for treatment. Their involvement in supporting trans kids rarely extends beyond using the name and pronouns the students ask them to use, permitting them to use a bathroom that is comfortable for them, and treating them with compassion. These are small, life-saving kindnesses. I urge you to consider the fact that for many students, not telling their parents about their gender identity is usually a choice that is carefully made and thought over time and again by the youth in question. From experience, the student knows better than anyone else what kind of reaction to expect from their parents, and they have a much better idea of what safety concerns exist in their family dynamic. The trans youth making this choice on who to tell is most intimately acquainted with their own odds of being neglected, abused, kicked out, killed, shamed, or forced back into the closet. Personally, my mom was the last person I told about my identity. I grew up Catholic, and I genuinely did not know if I would receive support or rejection. All I knew at the young age of 15 was that I needed supportive adults in my life, and they should probably not be the people on whom my housing stability and food depended on. So the first people I came out to were my counselor and some teachers that I knew I could trust. I'm grateful to this day that they allowed me to take the lead back in 2012 on if and when I was ready to tell my mom. And I got lucky while I wasn't kicked out. I did not receive the support at home that I needed at that time, and I'm very fortunate I received it from my teachers. Please continue to fight for students who, with a little luck, are going to grow up into strong, happy, and stable people. The world is always changing, and it's our job as the adults to make sure that we make it as safe and as welcoming as possible for kids and teens to become whoever it is that they are. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amy Milligan, and then Cypress Milligan.
Hello. Can you hear me with my mask on?
We can hear you fine. You've made a decision to come to the table separately? Is that?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Just wanted to do it the way you want to do it.
I'm Amy Milligan from Pittsfield Township. Thank you all for giving me time to speak, and thank you for serving our youth. I work with youth at an after-school teen center, but I'm here today as a mom. I have 3 amazing children aged 14 to 17. Cypress is here with me today. All 3 of my children identify as part of the LGBTQ plus community, and they all deserve safe, supportive schools. Currently, my twins attend community high school in Ann Arbor, where their names and pronouns are respected, and they're accepted for their identities. It's not true of all kids in this state. I'm angry and disgusted by the recent divisive actions of a very vocal minority with extreme views who keep disrupting conversations about our kids' education to push their own agenda. The new term I keep hearing is parents' rights, which is really just a disguise for a tax on established necessary education practices. I understand they're seeking to ban books, restrict access to information, control what our teachers are allowed to teach, and what trainings they attend. These are not parents' rights. Discrimination and censorship are not rights. What parents want is what children need: safe, inclusive, supportive schools. Kids need more information, not less. Kids need education that includes all kids. Being exposed to people different from you develops empathy, compassion, and connection. Representation of people like you creates safety, mattering, and belonging, and is literally life-saving. Extremists like to mention the high rates of suicidal thoughts among transgender youth, and what they always seem to fail to mention is that these rates plummet when the same youth are accepted, supported, and affirmed. This is from the American Academy of Pediatrics. I want to thank you all for the policies that affirm and support LGBTQIA youth and all of the youth in our schools. Parents, caregivers, children, and educators are not divided on these issues. We all want what our kids need, which is safe, inclusive schools for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cypress Milligan.
I don't really have anything to say.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for coming. The next speaker is James Pyle, followed by Roz Keith. James Pyle, followed by Roz Keith.
Hello, my name is James Pyle. I'm a graduate of Lansing School District, class of 1996.
I'm sorry, could you please come to the table?
Oh, sorry, I couldn't see you from outside. I apologize.
We need to be able to pick your voice up on the speaker, so thanks for doing
You're
that.
good. My name is James Pyle. I'm a graduate of Lansing Public Schools, class of 1996. The state of Michigan and their schools have come a long, long way since then as far as inclusiveness, safety. It's much different. But what I'm seeing is schools are changing. Instead of welcoming students and their differences, they're trying to separate them, make them things that they're not. Every student needs a safe place to go. Sometimes the schools that they go to are the only safe places they have. Not every child has a safe home. Not every child has food on the table. And by separating these students and making issues that aren't issues, it is an issue. And so we need to protect our students. We need to stop we need to stop politicizing students and make them people and keep them people.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Roz Keith, followed by Shane Shenaniquet.
Hello, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Roz Keith. I use she, her, hers pronouns, and I'm the parent of a 23-year-old trans man. I'm also the founder and executive director of Stand With Trans. We are headquartered in Farmington, Michigan, and the only organization in the state devoted to protecting trans youth through support, education, and community building opportunities. Did you know that approximately 2% of the youth population identifies as transgender? Meaning their biological sex assigned at birth does not align with their internal gender identity. This is as common as being a natural redhead. According to a recent study, data indicate that 82% of transgender individuals have considered killing themselves and 40% have attempted suicide, with suicidality highest among transgender youth. Speaking from my personal experience as a mom and my professional background leading Stand with Trans, I can say with certainty that many young people do not feel safe coming out to their parents or caregivers. Their biggest fears include no longer being loved, not having a roof over their head, and going hungry. This is heartbreaking. To fill the need to have a trusted adult in their lives, many students turn to their school counselor, a favorite teacher, or a coach to confide in. Attending school for trans youth who cannot come out at home offers a safe haven during the day. They can be their authentic selves. Asking to be called a different name or changing pronouns at school is what validates them as a human being. Shaming, breaking trust, or refusing to use the new name or pronouns erodes self-esteem and degrades the student's mental well-being. When my children were younger, they knew that I would keep their confidences as long as no one was being hurt, threatened, or planning to harm themselves or others. At that point, all bets were off. If a student confides in a staff member at school that they have suicidal thoughts, absolutely, the parents or caregivers should be notified. Assuming the motivation is to protect the child, keeping their confidence about their gender identity, when it's not known at home, is protecting the child just as much as letting the parent know that their child is self-harming. There are a multitude of reasons that a young person has not come out to their parents. We have to trust that the student knows best regarding their situation at home. Sharing this information with parents can have disastrous outcomes. They could react with violence. They could kick out their child, leaving them homeless with no resources. They could isolate their child from the safety net of their peers and trusted adults. Respectfully, I'm asking you to consider the consequences of outing students to their parents when the student is not ready. Please continue to keep our schools a safe harbor for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shane Shananakat. And Shane, if I've mispronounced your name, please correct me. Followed by Bree Mogenberg.
You did pretty good.
But it wasn't perfect, it sounds like. What's your name?
Shane Shananaquit.
Okay.
Pretty close. Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well today. My name is Shane Shananaquit, and my pronouns are he, him, or they, them pronouns, whichever you prefer. I'm 20 years old, and I reign from the bustling county of Lenawee, where I've lived most of my life. I want to apologize in advance for my language and candor. However, this is unfortunately not the first time I've been up here before the board, spilling some of the worst parts of my life in an effort to get you to care. The last time I was here, I was 13 years old, speaking on the guidance supporting LGBTQ+ students. And if you were there too, you'd know that it was 8 grueling hours of back and forth between students and parents, outlining their experiences in schools, while opponents, not even from Michigan, filled the room to spread misinformation and hysteria wherever they could. Grown adults played the bully, claiming trans kids wanted to show up to school with a peg leg and eye patch and be called a pirate. It wasn't hard to see where my own bullies in middle and high school got it from. I came out not long before I first spoke here in 2016. I broke down in the middle of a Route 21 parking lot in the pouring rain because my mom was pushing me to buy a dress for homecoming. It was about as dramatic as it sounds, but I'm lucky to have one of the strongest, most supportive mothers in the world. My mom was and still is my biggest advocate, but not all kids are as lucky as I am. Once I came out, my mom worked quickly to make sure that I was supported in school and in life. She even attended a professional development led by MDE that was so powerful, she herself spoke in support of the guidance as well. I'm so incredibly lucky to have a supportive school and administration as well as a superintendent. So supportive that in 2016, that superintendent came to that 8-hour back and forth meeting just to show his support for me. I was able to change my name in the school system before it was legally changed on all unofficial documents. My teachers called me by the name and pronouns I go by, and I even made sure that students that didn't refer to me correctly did. I reached a low point in my sophomore year when the bullying grew too much. The kill yourself trannies and the nice pussy faggots got to be too much to simply ignore, and it took a huge toll on my mental health and my academic performance. Without the support of my administrators who received and attended MDE trainings on how to support students like myself, I am very certain that I would not be here today and would instead have joined another statistic of trans kids lost to suicide. My high school experience was probably one of the best it could have been due to the support of my mother and my administration, and that support lifted me on through graduation and into college. I stand before you today being the most comfortable I have ever been in my skin, and all of those so-called body mutilations have really pulled off. But I really hope you continue to support students like me, because it's very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Bree Mogenberg is next, followed by Peter Tork.
Good afternoon. Bree Mogenberg from Mount Pleasant. I am the Moms for Liberty Chapter Chair of Isabella County, Michigan. You have all received over the past 2 months a resolution concerning sexuality and gender education in regards to Michigan public schools. After listening, not just to the past board meetings, but to people that have spoken here, before I go on to speak about that resolution, I want to make it very, very clear. Our public education system needs to be inclusive to all students, regardless of a student's sexuality. Our resolution does not inhibit any student and their sexuality. And with what's happened, Dr. Rice, in regards to people asking for you to resign, I look at this resolution as a beautiful opportunity to help bridge that division and to help make sure that the real concern that's taking place is understood. Parents are not asking you to not allow LGBTQ students. That is not what this is about. And the fact that that is said is completely inaccurate. We are asking for you to make it known, to alert parents. So I work with children all day under the age of 5. Let me give you this example. If I read the children a book about throwing rocks at a dog and how they think it's funny and it's humorous, and then the next day they come into daycare, and I bring the dog into the daycare room and I put out a basket of rocks. What do you think those kids are going to do with those rocks? I have just provoked them to throw rocks at the dog. Parents want to be able to have discussions about sexuality with their children. It is not profoundly obnoxious to say, hey, we're not asking you to remove sexuality and gender discussions because those are important, but please make it known. Parents need to be alerted. This is so that we can also have these conversations with our children. And if our children aren't ready to discuss that, then you know what? Give us a chance to opt them out and make sure they have an alternative education. Because constitutionally, you cannot inhibit my child. And with no law in Michigan does it say sexuality is not a merit to graduate in the state of Michigan. It doesn't even have to be offered. We're not asking you to remove that. We just want to make sure that we have the permission, that you have the permission, that our children can opt out. So again, with all of the division that's taking place, this is not about the LGBTQ community. This is about our kids and feeling as though they're being provoked to explore sexuality. And for all of the various reasons that people bring with them and their families have unique beliefs, it is important that parents are alerted to that. And one more quick thing that I would like to say. It's really hard to contact anybody on this board. And if you sit down and have a conversation, you might be able to find that we're not that much different. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, Peter Tork, followed by Roz Keith.
Roz has already spoken.
Yeah, I think Roz has already spoken. You ready?
Almost.
Okay.
My name is Pete Tork. I'm the dad of a trans kid who's now a freshman at Dexter High School. His name's Jack. He's got a sister. It's a junior there. And I'm tired.
I think we're all tired. But I cannot imagine how tired these kids are from having to come up here and to defend their humanity. Because that's exactly what they have to do. And you know, they are so well composed, I can't add anything more. I can't say anything better than what they've already said. And we've been saying the same things for years. We cannot debate these kids' humanity any longer. There is no debate. There is absolutely no reason not to recognize that these kids are human beings. Gender's on a spectrum. Sexuality's on a spectrum. Nearly everything in life is on a spectrum. These are not debatable. There is no evidence. There is no other argument about this. It doesn't exist. If you go to the root of why people oppose this, and you push them and say, well, but what evidence, what proof do you have? There is none, except people who may approach it from a religious standpoint and say, ultimately, that their religious beliefs are what guides them. That is fact. I'm tired, but I can't comprehend what these kids go through. Do you know they're so composed up here? Because they cry their eyes out on the way in here. And I guarantee you, as soon as they leave this building, they're going to be crying their eyes out. Because again, they have to kind of prove to everyone else in the world that they're human. And all they want is to be recognized for their authentic selves. How long are we going to keep doing this? Well, I'll tell you how long we could keep doing it. It's 100 years plus after slavery was ended, that people still had to fight to be recognized as human and not less than. We're not doing this another 100 years. My message is for all those kids out there, my kids, all the kids out there. We are gonna fight this. I'm not gonna stand here again, sit here again talking to you. We're gonna make this happen. You will be made safe. Guarantee that. I guarantee that. Keep your heads up. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are now going to move to public comment virtually. We've had a technical difficulty, so if you have registered for public comment, you have, within the last hour, I will say, received an email with a new link to join. So please check your email if you're listening to me and you're having difficulty. If you've emailed, you should have received an email from us with that, and then everyone who registered received the new link. So if you're still having difficulty, please check your email for the new link, and our sincere apologies for the technology glitch. So now we're going to move. Mike, can you let someone in? Is there a caller on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi. Thanks for calling. If you can please give me your name and where you're from, you can provide your 3 minutes of comments. I will keep a timer going. Thanks for calling in.
This is Becky Olson from Kent County.
Please continue.
Yes, hi, this is Becky Olson from Kent County.
Yes, please continue.
Okay. Yesterday was World Mental Health Day, and I'm confident that a growing focus on student mental health is something that nearly all Michiganders can agree upon. Thank you for your attention to this topic, the funding, the growing resources on your website to equip students, educators, school counselors, and families with the tools needed to navigate anxiety and depression and to save precious lives. Mental health support is not something we can half-heartedly layer onto education anymore while we turn our heads to focus on stricter academic rigor. Mental health and academic performance are directly related. According to the Journal of Adolescent Health, achieving high marks depends on a student's feelings of safety. A researcher explains that high schoolers who feel safe at school have decreased learning potential, who feel less safe at school have decreased learning potential and more emotional problems. She says, we found that students who felt safer were more attentive and efficient in the classroom. These students also reported fewer symptoms of depression. As a result, making sure that students are engaged can contribute to long-term success above and beyond intellectual capacities such as reading or math. Hopefully by now, heads are nodding and this all feels incredibly obvious. What's not so clear is how any of this important work on mental health and safety at school is completely undermined and useless when any specific group feels threatened, bullied, or at risk on a daily basis, especially when this type of behavior is modeled by the adults in charge of their academic success. Politics has thrust LGBTQ students under an unnecessary spotlight. All of us are in this meeting today because we care about student well-being. Earlier in this very meeting, research was presented on gun safety. Clearly, this board is interested in preventing loss of life and keeping every single student safe. So how on earth can anyone stand for the threats and bullying against Michigan's LGBTQ students that increases these risks? The Michigan Department of Health and Human Services reports that LGBTQ students are 4 times more likely to contemplate suicide. This year, the Trevor Project published its national survey on LGBTQ youth mental health and found that 73% of LGBTQ youth reported experiencing symptoms of anxiety. But listen to this, LGBTQ youth who are not inherently prone to suicide because of their orientation or gender identity, but rather how they are treated and stigmatized. LGBTQ youth who found their school to be affirming reported lower rates of attempting suicide. More specifically, USA Today recently published a study that says that LGBTQ students say that varying bans or threats of them have made school harder. Decreasing signs of safety and inclusion make it more challenging for them to learn. A teacher
Thank you
added,
for your comments. Your 3 minutes is up.
Okay, thank
Calling.
you. Hello.
Hi, if you please give me your name and where you're calling from and your 3 minutes of comments, that would be great.
Sure. My name is Nicole Ellison. I'm from Ingham County.
Please continue.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Nicole Ellison. I am a former elementary school teacher and parent of 2 children, one of whom is a gay trans man who came out 10 years ago as transgender and gay while still in a small rural public high school here in Michigan. We were extremely fortunate that he was able to be supported by his school counselor who happened to have specialized training. But this is not common for most school personnel to have training in how to support children who are LGBTQ. I'm calling today to express my adamant support for the work of the state board and in particular for the work that they do supporting the safe and effective schools for gender and sexual minority youth. The kinds of things that they're able to do and provide in terms of training for the teachers and staff members in those schools are what keep children in school, keep children healthy and well-adjusted, and keep children alive to contribute to society. Without those kind of measures, we can only expect to see more suicides and more examples of self-harm in the LGBTQ population of students. I'd also like to add in response to the concept that books aren't trying to be banned. What I think is interesting is that nobody is challenging the constant heterosexual normacy in books that are read to children. It counters the constant use of white-only protagonist stories. But when educators and parents try to make space to diversify the plots and the characters to include a broader selection of society, that's when things start getting sensory. That people say, well, I can't have this presented to my child because it isn't the view of reality that I prefer to show them. Education is about broadening everybody's horizons, and there is no place in that for banning books and limiting what children have access to just because some parents choose not to embrace the entire diversity of the human population. Thank you very much, and I'll cede the rest of my time. I appreciate the board's vital work, and thank you for your service.
Thank you for calling. Hello, caller. If you could please mute the YouTube in the background and then give me your name and where you're calling from and your 3 minutes of comments.
Hello?
Hi.
Oh, hi. Sorry, I just heard a voice and thought I'd better check and see what's going on. Sorry, I didn't hear the beginning of what you said.
Okay. Name and where you're calling from, and then provide your 3 minutes of comments, please.
Okay, great. Hi, I'm Wendy Sellers, and I live in Grand Rapids. I'm a lifelong resident of Michigan and a graduate of Grand Ledge High School. I'm also a grandparent of 10. The statistical odds say that 1 or 2 of my beloved grandkids will be LGBTQ. I want them to attend a school that treats them with respect and honors the diversity of experience and identities they bring to school and life. I also want them to receive an education that teaches them how to respect their peers who are not exactly like them. I have family, friends, neighbors, and colleagues who are gay, transgender, and non-binary. So do you, whether you know it or not. Our public education cannot ignore or stigmatize LGBTQ people. When schools do so, children often suffer from depression and are targeted for bullying. When children don't see themselves in school curriculum, history lessons, libraries, and discussions, they are told that they don't belong and they don't matter. The Michigan Department of Education helps school staff create schools that are warm, supportive, and inclusive of all students so they can all thrive. MDE also helps educators to partner with parents in meaningful ways, including parents who want their children to learn about LGBTQ people. The State Board's statement and guidance on safe learning environments for all students emphasizes partnership with parents as one of the best practice strategies. In conclusion, I expect our schools to include and support all students. I support school libraries that include books that represent the breadth and depth of the human experience. I oppose censorship of books and censorship of education that results in making LGBTQ people invisible. I applaud those like Dr. Rice who stand up for the children who are being targeted by recent hateful, fearful attacks on public education, libraries, and LGBTQ students. I urge the State Board of Education to support Dr. Rice as he guides MDE in supporting all students and their parents through schools. Thank you for allowing me to speak up for those who are too often silenced.
Thank you for calling.
Thank you.
Hello, caller. May I have your name, where you're calling from, and your 3 minutes of comments?
Hi, sure. My name is Diana Wheatley. I'm calling from Mount Clemens, Michigan. Actually, I'm here in New Haven, Michigan. And
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but if you could please get closer to your microphone, we're having difficulty hearing you.
Okay, is this better?
It is. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, I'm in Mount Clemens, Michigan. I work in New Haven, Michigan, in Macomb County, and my name is Diana Wheatley. I'm a school social worker. Are you ready for my comments?
Please.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for this opportunity to speak with you on behalf of Michigan's efforts to provide good quality education for all children in the state. I have worked as a school social worker in New Haven Community Schools in northern Macomb County for more than 20 years. I applaud these efforts because Michigan recognizes that all children means just that, all children, not just the ones we like or who look like us or think like us. Includes every child from families that look different than ours and with backgrounds and experiences we may not have had. In order for a communal investment in education to be effective, all students must have a sense of safety, both physical and emotional. Science has shown us that frightened brains don't learn very well. Michigan's efforts to create inclusive schools and classrooms can only help all children flourish.
Are you still there?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the end of your comments?
That completes my statement.
Thank you for calling in.
I think that sums it up. Thank you for the opportunity.
All right, thank you.
In order for communal investment in education.
Caller, if you'll please mute your YouTube and then give me your name, where you're calling from, and provide your comments, that would be awesome.
Hello, my name is Danielle Drost, and I'm calling from Washtenaw County.
Okay, please proceed.
Yep, good afternoon. My name is Danielle Drost. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a social worker, and I'm the Regional School Health Coordinator for Washtenaw Intermediate School District. My role serves both Washtenaw and Livingston counties. I'm here to thank Dr. Rice for his leadership today. The Department of Ed's LGBTQ Students Project Sessions are some of the most critical professional development opportunities offered by the department. We know that LGBTQ students report being bullied at a rate much higher than non-LGBTQ students. We know that LGBTQ students experience anxiety and depression connected to their experiences with peers, family, and community members. We know that LGBTQ students report not feeling supported at school. And we know that if students don't feel safe and supported at school, that learning cannot happen. The MDE LGBTQ Students Project Session supports schools in making their buildings places where learning can happen. I received numerous requests from my region around making schools safer and more inclusive for all students. And the LGBTQ Student Project professional learnings are great resources for districts in making their environments ones where all students can thrive. These offerings work in concert with parents whenever possible. They are a vital tool in keeping our young people safe, healthy, and able to learn. And for all of these reasons, WISD enthusiastically supports their availability. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Hello, may I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your comments?
Yes, my name is Melissa Emery. I'm calling from Hersey, Michigan, which is located in the Reed City Public School District.
Please continue.
A month ago, my daughter, a student at Reed City High School, entered the girls' restroom. Upon exiting the stall, she was encountered by a biological male who identifies as a female. She immediately contacted myself and her father, saying she felt unsafe under care of the school district. This is a concern, as all children should feel safe. Title IX, a federal law, deals with discrimination on the basis of sex until the definitions were changed to include gender identity. It is negligent of the school in the state of Michigan to accommodate a small population of students at the expense of others. There has to be solutions that will allow the school to comply with Title IX while considering safety and security of students. Title IX is doing irreversible damage to women, girls, wrongfully accused, faith institutions, and freedom of speech. Transgender youth can use the bathroom of their choice, locker room of opposite genders. What about the rights and reasonable privacy for biological female and males? Transgender youth are able to play on sports teams of which they identify with. Biological males have an unfair advantage over females. What is the plan for handling this in girls' sports? What precautions are in place to ensure that assaults are not taking place for those looking for an opportunity? The next comment I would like to address is policies that allow for local school districts to keep secrets from parents. Is it that we do not have a right as parents to know what is best for my child? I should not be sidelined by government regulations. It is not okay to teach kids to keep secrets in regards to their gender identity. As a parent, I know what's best. Government regulations always seem to follow the money. Most local school districts are worried about losing federal funding if they take a stand to this. This policy has allowed school districts to undermine parents by concealing information about their children's health. In the state of Michigan, over $50 billion has also been spent on social emotional learning. I can tell you what it costs our children. Reed City Public Schools testing was in the bottom 50% in the state of Michigan. How about we start using that money to invest in education, not indoctrination? Leave the morals and values up to the parents. I refuse to be silenced, and so do many other parents and taxpayers in the state of Michigan. I'm asking for the state of Michigan and administrators around the state to seek solutions and have open dialogue with parents and concerned citizens. I refuse to co-parent with the government. This is a concern in regards to violation of each individual's rights. I'm advocating for all students, including the safety of transgender students who are more likely to be assaulted in situations of this nature. I am seeking solution, and I want the indoctrination to stop. I believe all parents should have the right to parent their children and to determine what's appropriate for them to learn.
Thank you for
Also-
calling. Hello, may I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your comments?
Yes, my name is Raina Vendramini. I am calling from Livonia, and I'm calling to support for calling for the resignation of Superintendent Rice because he has violated the trust of the parents and also the children's right to be protected from harmful deception of their parents. And thank you, Tom and Nikki, for putting forward your resolution.
Is that it?
That is it.
Okay, thank you for calling.
Thank you.
Hello, may I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your comments?
Yes, my name's Mary Jo Schnell, and I'm calling from Benton Harbor in Berrien County, Michigan.
Please provide your comments.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to speak on this most important issue, the safety and well-being of LGBTQ students. I'm Mary Jo Schnell. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the Executive Director of Outcenter Southwest Michigan, serving the LGBTQ community and allies across Berrien, Cass, and Van Buren counties. Our LGBTQ Safe Schools Collaborative, funded for 4 years by United Way of Southwest Michigan, works with area schools to ensure all students receive a safe and supportive learning environment, just as school districts are called to do. All students is inclusive of LGBTQ students. We have and continue to work with dozens of districts across our area, while also organizing hundreds of ancillary organizations, programs, and services to become more competent in this area. The students we serve describe hostile schools due to small adults groups of adults, I should say, spreading horrible misinformation. Some of these adults are board members and school staff, and some are running to become board members. The federal government, along with both federal and state courts, have recognized that LGBTQ students are protected under civil rights laws that prohibit discrimination in education. The most recent MyFi data in Berrien County reveals that LGBTQ students are at significant risk on a number of levels. The data indicates 21 to 22% of the students identify as LGBTQ over the past year, while 45.4% of these students felt so sad and hopeless almost every day for 2 weeks. 73.8% of LGBTQ students reported the same. Get this, 48.4% of LGBTQ students also seriously considered attempting suicide in the past 12 months. This is a public health crisis. You know what you can do to significantly decrease these numbers? Caring people displaying LGBTQ-related affirming signs and displays, including the pride flag, and providing equitable school experiences and support needed by these students. We, too, are shocked by the small groups of adults and some school board members in our area maligning this at-risk group of students and actively putting them in harm's way. School district boards need guidance and accountability when it comes to putting the lives of students at risk. Thank you again for your time and attention, and we are so very grateful for the leadership of Dr. Rice and others of the SBE that are life-affirming for all youth and support equity, inclusion, and diversity. Thank you again.
Thank you for calling. Hello, could you please mute the YouTube in the background and give me your name, where you're calling from, and your comments?
Yes, how's this?
Great.
Awesome. This is Garrick Nastrom. I'm the program coordinator at Outcenter Southwest Michigan. First, I want to thank the board for all the work that you're doing to continue to improve schools in Michigan. As a lifelong resident of Michigan, I want nothing more than to see us have the best schools in the nation. That said, we do have some serious concerns. Over 86% of LGBTQ plus students face harassment and assault at school. MJ spoke a little bit earlier Almost 50% of LGBTQ plus students have seriously considered suicide in the last 12 months. And this is Southwest Michigan. This is serious, serious harm. There are groups pretending to speak on behalf of parents, but which parents? Because I can assure you that this is not the majority of parents. When I was in school, I was allowed to hang flyers up for my Bible study that I started. I was allowed to feel safe in my school. And now we see folks using that exact same religion to try to take those rights away from other people. As somebody with a biblical studies degree and extensive youth ministry experience, I can assure you that this is not how the Bible tells people to treat one another. In fact, speaking of the Bible, let's talk about Ezekiel 23:20. We see a lot of people taking quotes out of context to ban books. So let's look at the Bible. There she lusted after her lovers, whose genitals were like those of donkeys, and whose emission was like that of horses. So you longed for your lewdness of your youth, when the Egypt was your bosom, and crest for your young breast fondled. This is in the Bible. Context matters when you're talking about literature. Banning books, LGBTQ flags, and support programs like SEL is not the answer. Students need support. Students need to know that they are supported and loved in their schools. And if homes aren't supportive, they're not always going to have that support outside of a school structure. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
I yield the rest of it.
Thank you for calling. Hello, may I please have your name and where you're calling from and your comments? Hello?
I'm Sharon from Jackson, Michigan. Can you hear me?
May I please have your name and where you're calling from? That was kind of not clear, so my apologies.
I'm Sharon Peterson from Jackson, Michigan.
It's very clear now. Thank you. Please proceed with your comments.
I was my high school valedictorian and came out as a lesbian in college at U of M. I didn't know any gay people in high school. I know other classmates who have come out since then. I still remember my high school physics teacher spending most of the class period talking about how disgusting LGBT people are. Not knowing any, I knew that was wrong thinking and a waste of my time and that of my classmates. Out earlier, perhaps due to...
You're cutting out on us again.
Welcoming. Okay, I will go to a better location and I'll be right with you. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, please continue.
Okay. I think it's a blessing that youth are more exposed to welcoming, diversity-minded education. My niece came out in high school and she is well adjusted, in part due to a receptive family and the support of a high school GSA. It's important that during this time of regressive right-wing attacks on LGBTQ plus kids, and especially trans kids, that we shelter them from bullying and from people who would wish them to be invisible or worse, which can result in more teen suicide. It's important that the Michigan Department of Education continue to uphold their constitutional rights of using the bathroom that coincides with their identity, playing sports if they wish, and honoring their wishes regarding pronouns, name, etc. Thank you for upholding the letter of the law. That's all.
Well, we have gone our hour and a little bit more. If I could have a motion to extend for one more hour. So motion by Dr. Pugh, support by Mr. McMillan.
Question,
Yes.
how many do we have on the line?
Because of the technological glitch, it's hard to know. We have a dozen on now. It could ascend a little bit more beyond that. Yeah.
How many did we have to sign up?
What's that?
Do we know how many we had to sign up?
There were 49 that signed up?
Yeah, right around
Okay.
40. Yep.
Right, okay. All right. Do we need a roll call vote for this or not?
Yes.
Okay.
Lipton,
Yes.
McMillan?
Yes.
Pritchett?
Yes.
Pugh?
Yes.
Snyder?
Yes.
Tilly?
Yes.
Albridge is here she comes to vote.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. Okay. Somebody else ready to come in?
Doesn't on now. It could ascend a little bit more.
Hello, if you could please mute the YouTube in the background, give me your name and where you're calling from in your comments, that'd be awesome.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Mandy. My pronouns are she, her, and I live in West Michigan. Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you great.
Lovely. I'm a secondary teacher here in Michigan. I've been teaching for 20 years in Michigan public schools, and I have 3 children in public schools here in Michigan. My youngest daughter is 11 years old and is transgender. As soon as she could express herself from a very young age, she knew she loved the color pink, dresses, and tutus. At age 4, she wanted to grow her hair as long as Rapunzel. At age 6, she fully transitioned socially and changed her name and pronouns at school. We found a fabulous therapist who has guided us through this process, and as she approaches puberty, we have a fabulous endocrinologist who will help us in the coming years. Thank goodness for the amazing and supportive teachers and administrators in our district who have worked with us to learn more about what it means to be transgender youth and have supported our daughter every step of the way. We met with teachers and shared books and resources about transgender students. Our daughter read books like Flight of the Puffin by Anne Braden and George by Alex Gino, and her teachers shared those books with other staff members, and all of us spent time learning and growing together to support this beautiful child. Our daughter is fortunate to have this support, but as a teacher, I have had several transgender students who have not felt so lucky in their home life. They have relied on my classroom as their one safe space until they could become old enough to make their own decisions and live their truth. Our job as educators is to support and nurture every single student that comes into our classroom. Thank you so much for hearing my voice today. My hope is to continue to make public schools a safe place for every student.
Thank you.
Thank you. And all of us spent time learning and growing together for this beautiful.
Hello, please mute your YouTube.
Okay.
And give me your name and where you're calling from in your comments. Thanks for calling.
Hi, my name is Joy Mailing. I live in Rockford, Michigan. 2 of my children attend our local public K-12 school, and my oldest attends the University of Michigan. I have volunteered in our school for over 12 years and began substitute teaching during the COVID-19 pandemic to help with the teacher shortage. I've spent many hours in our schools in different roles and in all grade levels. I am here to speak as an advocate and an ally for our LGBTQ plus students and teachers and the educators and administrators who support and protect them. I feel my statement today is unfortunately necessary due in part to recent political ads involving deliberately divisive claims, conspiracy theories, and scare tactics aimed at vilifying the LGBTQ plus community, supportive educators, and especially our transgender students and teachers. From the governor's race to the school board election in my own small town, our LGBTQ plus students and ally teachers have been targeted with platforms of hate and intolerance. These baseless attacks have found a foothold in members of our communities, and their minority voices are loud, organized, and dangerous. Our State Board of Education needs to support the Michigan Department of Education's efforts and strategies that align with the laws and best practice recommendations for creating a safe and supportive learning environment for all students. Each and every school has LGBTQ plus kids in attendance. Those children are statistically more likely to be bullied, experience homelessness, attempt self-harm, and even commit suicide. It is not overstating to say that school-implemented LGBTQ plus support is a life or death issue for our children. Many LGBTQ plus students do not find safety at home. school may be the only place they have to go to find potential life-saving acceptance and hope for a future where they may live authentically without fear of persecution. I'm here today because we need to be emphatic in our support of our most vulnerable students. Our voices of love and acceptance need to drown out the organized minority who want to strip LGBTQ plus kids of potentially the only safe space they have to go. LGBTQ plus students in Michigan deserve a safe and supportive learning environment. Please keep books in school that represent all students. Representation matters. Please provide support for professional development for educators and school policymakers on how they can best support all students. Please support the teachers who are creating the safe and equitable spaces for our kids to learn. Michigan schools need inclusive policies and knowledgeable school staff who can help create safer and more supportive school environments so teachers can teach and students can learn. Thank you for your time and efforts on behalf of our schools. Please continue to be unwavering, forceful advocates for our LGBTQ plus students. It will save lives.
Thank you. Is there another caller? Hello, may I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your comments? Caller?
Sorry, hello.
I need your
Hi,
name, where
this
you're
is
calling
Beth
from, and your comments, please.
My name is Beth Hewlett, and I am representing the Michigan PTA as the Vice President of Communications and as a member of the Advocacy Committee. I would like to thank you for allowing this opportunity for parent and community voice. The Michigan PTA has long supported and worked beside the Michigan Department of Education and state superintendents. PTA and the MDE are aligned in our beliefs that all children should have a safe, supportive, and positive environment in which to thrive and learn. In fact, the MDE's Top 10 and 10 strategic plan and the PTA mission both recognize this. Additionally, in 2016, MDE created and voted on the Statement and Guidance on Safe and Supportive Learning Environments for LGBTQ Students, which outlines necessary steps to create an inclusive environment. It's important to note that this statement also addresses that the unique needs and concerns of each student should be addressed on a case-by-case basis with a student-centered approach that includes the ongoing engagement of the student and the parents, except in situations where educators are aware that parental knowledge might threaten the student's safety and/or welfare. Additionally, it goes on to address privacy and confidentiality regarding disclosures, which it warns may be harmful, infringe upon the privacy of students and their families, and may possibly violate FERPA or constitutional privacy protections. This MDE statement is echoed in the Michigan PTA's resolution to support the inclusion, protection, and affirmation of LGBTQ students and families, and it states, in part, that Michigan PTA and its constituent associations seek and support actions and legislation that create and maintain safe, affirming, and inclusive learning environments, including the importance of professional development for school-related personnel to support the needs of LGBTQ students. This 2019 resolution is available on our website, and it reiterates our commitment to defending the rights of all children and youth, and it brings us here today to thank the MDE and superintendent for striving to protect all students. Thank you.
Thank you.
And families, and it's safe in part.
Could you please mute the YouTube in the background?
Yes, thank you.
And may I have your name and where you're calling from and your comments? Okay. That caller is no longer on the line, Mike. Hello, may I have your name, where you're calling from, and your comments, please?
Hi, my name is Susie Crafton, and I'm calling from Novi, and I am also a member of the Michigan PTA Board of Directors. Creating a culture of belonging for all students is not political and should not be politicized. This culture of belonging is about recognizing our shared humanity and signals the inherent worth and dignity of all people. Members of the LGBTQIA+ community are more likely to experience harassment, bullying, and violence. Schools are responsible for keeping all children safe, and in many cases that involves developing trusting relationships with adults at school. In order for teachers and administrators to develop trusting relationships with LGBTQ youth, and therefore ensure the promise of safe and inclusive schools for all, educators need access to professional development on LGBTQ topics, just like educators receive professional learning on literacy, numeracy, and special education inclusion strategies. Parents should and have always had rights in our schools. As a parent, you may join the PTA, you can help out in the classroom, attend a parent-teacher conference, etc. It is not appropriate for one parent or a small but vocal minority of parents to attempt to limit the information that is available to the school community as a whole. I have personally found that collaboration between students, parents, teachers, and administrators is the best approach to ensuring a culture and climate where all students and families are welcomed and protected. I am proud to serve on the board of directors of the Michigan PTA as the Vice President of Programs and Services and a member of the statewide advocacy committee. By unanimous resolution in 2019, Michigan PTA seeks and supports legislation that creates a safe, supportive, and accepting environment in schools, specifically with professional development for educators to support the needs of LGBTQ students. Thank you so much for your time today and for your commitment to all students.
Thank you. Hello, may I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your comments?
Yeah, Tammy Gombar, Rockford, Michigan. I'm going to speak about the NEA. It says, for example, Teachers Union. The NEA Teachers Union, they put up a website that is completely approved by them to help support the LGBTQ community. This was so kind of them to be so inclusive as they described themselves in such a wonderful manner. When you first go onto the site, you first find sex education resources to help children. It goes into all politically correct terms on the site, like bullying, hate crimes, teen suicide, transgender, and many more. I goes, but when you dig a little deeper into the website that they've provided for our children, it says you come across topics called queering sexual education. And they begin to discuss topics such as sex acts that don't get enough play. We go into titles such as anal sex, bondage, rimming, domination, sadomasochism, and fisting. These all sound like pretty extreme topics to go over in detail with minors. Actually, if I didn't know better, I would think if I discussed these topics with a minor that I would be arrested and put in on the spot jail in Michigan or whatever, since it is against the law in Michigan to provide pornography to minors. What would God think about teachers discussing topics with children as this? It says, but not the NEA Teachers Union. They are good guys. They are clearly helping children, but are they really? The NEA is the largest teachers union in the country, representing more than 3 million public school teachers in 14,000 local school districts, and they are actively promoting resources for putting fists or whole hands into a person's vagina or bum. That sounds a little inappropriate. What would God think of that? And apparently there is a program for the NEA for teachers called I'm Here. They are telling teachers that they are glad they're interested in finding out more about the I'm Here badge, that they can get one of these as easy to get this as long as all you have to do is join the LGBTQ plus caucus. All memberships receive a badge as part of their membership packet. It says, by wearing one of these badges, you tell everyone that you are a safe person to whom discuss LGBTQ issues. Safe person discuss fisting with minors and rimming. It says that they say affirming LGBTQ youth could be easier than by identifying yourself with a safe and supportive person. A safe and supportive person or whatever speaks with children about sadomasochism. They use the QR code on the back of the badge to access the I'm Here toolkit for the links to a variety of LGBTQ plus issues and organizations and resources. This is interesting. And then they ask teachers to get your local state affiliates or school districts on board today, ordering additional badges for the NEA LGBTQ plus caucus. Large quantities can be customized with your specific groups and logos and information. I bet you sure can get all that stuff. You know what? What I'm really offended by here today or whatever is that
Thank you for calling. Your time is
I'm
up.
impressed by all the actors
Thank you
that you
for
hired who were
calling.
able to do today.
Thank you.
You hired actors.
Next caller, please. Hello, may I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your comments?
Hi, Sheila from Macomb. So the only thing, the one thing all parents speaking up everywhere want is the best thing for their kids. I'm hearing it from all sides. The one thing all children have in common, no matter what race, gender, anything, is they have loving parents that want the best for them. Unfortunately, the leadership of the school board is not acting in the best interest of all the children. They are only concerned about one certain child type. And when other school board members bring up resolutions that discuss things that will protect all children, the majority of the school board doesn't want to hear or listen to them. They also are not interested in hearing what the parents have to say because they try to take and encourage the elimination of parents out of the equation. They don't want them to be involved at all. If they did, they would be encouraging parents to be involved and encouraging those children to contact their parents, to speak with their parents, and for a parent and a child-loving relationship to evolve instead of having the school district be the parent, which should never be the case. I'll be using my vote on November 8th to vote for great school board members like Linda Lee Carver and Tamara Carlone, who will be getting my vote and a lot more votes. These women are truly all about the children of the state of Michigan and not just one type of child or one nationality or race of children. It is truly sad that when certain board leaderships don't agree with other board members, that they spread lies like putting librarians in jail and medical people in jail, which is just inflammatory, and using inflammatory words like racist. Promoting buttons on teachers that show them as safe is telling kids that the kids should not talk with their parents if their parents don't agree with the child's views and ideals. Guess what? The school isn't the parent, and the leadership of this board is very much trying to remove the parent from the equation. That will not happen. And for the rest of the school board members who just sit idly by and go along with the majority, shame on you for not having a backbone for all the children and the parents of the state of Michigan. If you don't like the way something is worded, suggest an amendment or an addendum to that resolution. By the way, I'm voting no on all three proposals on November 8th. Equity is suppression of opportunity for all.
Thank you for calling. Your time is up.
Kids don't have the bandwidth to understand
who
they are until they're adults.
Next caller, please. Hello, may I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your comments?
Yes, this is Tanya Huss, and I'm calling from Big Bay, Michigan.
Okay,
Up in the UK.
we've got a very bad connection. Is there anything on your end you can do about that?
Maybe.
Great.
This
Yes, you just did it.
is. Okay, wonderful. This is Tanya from Big Bay, Michigan, up in the UP. And the biggest issue is just that nobody is listening to anybody else. Everybody calls in, and you're not even absorbing any of the words that are being said. Statistics are just from what that other woman was trying to say, hired actors that you have come in just to repeat things to make it believable that the issue is an LGBTQ issue, and it is not. When people are asking for books to be removed from libraries, it's because they should be in adult-only bookstores. It's not about eliminating support for children of different needs. When callers are coming in and saying all children matter, unless you don't agree with the narrative, how do you use the word all 25 times? That's hypnosis. You're trying to brainwash people into believing that you're protecting all children when the children that are biologically feared for being in a bathroom or whatever. And so it's frustrating to hear people call in and condemn Tom and Nikki, and for Mrs. Pugh or whoever to sit there and gaslight them and say that they're provocateurs for bringing up problems that many of those all children that are being talked about have parents who disagree with what you guys are doing in our school system for good reasons, not just because of religious reasons, because whether you're religious or not, you should understand that pedophilic books that are talking about shoving fists up children is unacceptable. I know that makes each of you uncomfortable when it is brought up. And this is not something we're making up because it can be looked up and viewed, and that's why you guys are trying not to have us be able to look up those books. Luckily, I live in a small community who still favors and loves our children and is not trying to push inappropriate things on them. Not to say that these children that are in this community are not loved or cared for or included. But having all of this political environment and trying to separate our children from their parents is unexcusable, and it's not going to keep working. Thank you, Tom and Nikki, for doing what you're doing. I'm praying for the world. And that's it.
Thank you for calling.
Thank you.
When it is brought up.
If you can please mute the YouTube in the back and give me your name and where you're calling from and provide your comments.
Sure. My name is Shannon Fascio, and I'm a parent with 3 students in the Rochester Community Schools. I'm calling today in full support of the motion that was set forth by Tom and Nikki. Yes, you are the state government, and this current state superintendent is actively deceiving parents, and yes, it is evil. You have no right to promote the idea that schools should deceive parents about important matters involving their children. I can't believe the State Board of Education is involved in the creation of a student project video that was sponsored by the Michigan Department of Education. This video is instructing Michigan schools on how to deceive and lie to parents on important matters about their children, those children that might be struggling with gender identity disorders. I couldn't believe it when I heard that the State Board of Education is supporting the idea that schools make sure that they keep secret names that children may choose to use at school and keep secrets and withhold that information to parents. You are actively promoting secret telling between teachers and students. What is this, 3rd grade? Mr. Superintendent, parents are the authority and the guardians of their children, not the state. Michigan law explicitly protects parents' rights as fundamental rights. What part of MCL 380.10 do you not understand? It is the natural, fundamental right of parents and legal guardians to determine the direct care, teaching, and education of their children. The public schools of this state serve the needs of pupils by cooperating with the parents. and the legal guardians to develop the pupils' intellectual capabilities and vocational skills. I would also like to state my full support of the 2 new candidates running for State Board of Education. I encourage all to vote for them this November. Dr. Linda Lee Tarver and Tammy Carlone will stand for parental rights in education. Thank you.
Thank you for calling.
Hello, my name is Carrie Betts. I'm calling from Birmingham. I am speaking on behalf of the Michigan Association for Media and Education. Can you hear me?
I can hear you great.
Perfect. Last month, I shared with the board about the need for local school districts to have selection policies in place to ensure our students' right to read and freedom to read. Today, I would like to share the criteria used for the selection of library materials by a certified librarian, which can be different from the criteria used to select curriculum materials for classroom use. A classroom is focused on teaching all members of the class specific skills using content disseminated to all students, often attached to a requirement to read the material. In a school library, students are encouraged to self-select materials based on interests and needs. While in a library, materials are not required reading, though libraries do offer suggestions to students through reading lists and personal readers advisory. The criteria used for the selection of materials for school libraries as recommended by the American Library Association are: support and enrich the curriculum and or students' personal interests and learning, meet high standards in literacy, artistic and aesthetic quality. Literary, artistic, and aesthetic quality, technical aspects, and physical format. Be appropriate for the subject area and for the age, emotional development, ability level, learning styles, and social, emotional, and intellectual development of the students for whom the materials are selected. Incorporate accurate and authentic factual content from authoritative sources. Earn favorable reviews and standard reviewing sources and or favorable recommendations based on preview and examination of materials by professional personnel. Exhibit a high degree of potential user appeal and interest. Represent differing viewpoints on controversial issues. Provide global perspective and promote diversity by including materials by authors and illustrators of all cultures. Include a variety of resources in physical and virtual formats, including print and non-print, such as electronic and multimedia, including subscription databases and other online products, ebooks, educational games, and other forms of emerging technologies. Demonstrate physical format, appearance, and durability suitable to their intended use, and balance cost with need. Local school districts should have library material selection policies with the criteria used to choose the material stated plainly in the policy. The American Library Association offers a toolkit from which to build effective policies for all communities. In addition, many local districts in Michigan offer their policies as examples to others. Thank you so much for hearing my comments.
Thank you for calling. Hello, may I please have your comments and your name and where you're calling from?
Yes, I guess we're not in sync here.
Hello?
Okay, can you hear me?
I can.
Yes.
I'm not
Okay.
sure if you've got a YouTube going in the background, but if you could turn that off if you do, and then give me your name, where you're calling from, and your comments.
Yep, I just muted the YouTube, and my name is Cynthia Thornton. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I'm calling from Detroit.
Please continue.
I'm the president of Pride at Work Michigan, which is a labor LGBT organization representing workers statewide. Part of our work is to give voice to the marginalized and to promote LGBT cultural competency. So it is in that capacity that I will offer remarks. I want to call to the forefront of this dialogue the reality that we all have a gender identity. When yours conforms with what society has taught you, there is no conflict. But for those whose sexuality and gender identity were not visible to us, we knew we were different, and we understood that society is often intolerant of difference. So we learned to be quiet. We learned to hide in order to survive. Fortunately, times have changed, and hopefully when we know better, we will not fail to do better. I cannot tell you the joy that my younger self experienced a little over a year and a half ago when for the first time in well over 50 years of life, I heard a school superintendent say to his students, "I see you for who you are. I value you for who you are. I love you for who you are, and you are safe here." I had no expectation that I would respond the way I did, but it was literally as if he was talking to the 4-year-old me. Human beings have a need to belong and to feel accepted. So it is nonsensical to believe that children will wake up one day and decide to identify as LGBTQIA, knowing that it would bring uncertainty to their lives and endanger their safety. No one volunteers to be the target of hate, to draw physical threat to them or psychological harm. No one chooses to feel hopeless so that taking one's own life becomes an attractive option. A key role for the education system is to prepare children for the world, which is a vast place of difference where we seek to dispel ignorance and live in harmony, where we seek to learn and value one another. When we do otherwise, we set our children up to fail as adults. LGBTQI people have always been with us, though we've been known by different names throughout time. We are here. That is the reality. We're not going to disappear. That is the truth. So the MDE is providing an invaluable service when it provides a curriculum for its teacher to learn and thereby teach their students about a segment of society
for
that has
calling.
been largely invisible. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, may I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your comments?
Yes, hello, this is Katie McFarland. I have 2 children in the Troy School District. I am just calling with regards to the gun safety regulation and gun safety laws. You know, we need to really get back to the root cause. Root cause has to do with the breakdown of family units and father absence. That is a direct correlation with much crime. Not taking, not enforcing more gun laws. We already have gun laws in place. If you look at Democratic-run cities, crime rates are the highest, and they have the strictest gun laws. We need to get back down to the fact that the breakdown of family is a root cause of high crime and school shootings and the like. With regard to the breakdown of family structure, I am in full support of the resolution that Mr. McMillan and Ms. Snyder have presented regarding the immediate removal of Mr. Rice's contract as state superintendent. I need to remind all of you that children do not belong to the school, to the community, or society. They belong to their families. With regards to the transgender community, when a child approaches a parent and says, "Mom, Dad, I want to be a boy," or "I want to be a girl," that parent's immediate response should be, "Where are you getting this information? Why aren't you happy with who you are?" The most abusive thing for anyone to do to a child is affirm that they should be unhappy with who they are and lead them down a path of destruction. For anyone stating that the suicide rate is high in transgender people, that happens after transition, not before, but after. This abuse and harm of our children must end. Do not deceive parents. MDE must remove that video immediately, and I demand the immediate removal of Mr. Rice's contract. This is awful. And please, if everybody would please vote for Tammy Carlone and Linda Lee Tarver for our State Board of Education. They are two leaders who will have integrity, just like Mr. McMillan and Ms. Snyder. We need them. Tammy Carlone has been big into fighting against the Common Core and all this nonsense going on. She is a true leader. And our kids, all kids in our community need her, as well as Linda Lee Tarver. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Hello, may I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your comments? And if the YouTube's on, could you please mute that?
Yes, my name is Kristen Carson, and I'm calling from Macomb County, Michigan.
Continue, please.
Hold on one second. I want to start out and comment about Dr. Chapman had given it was given about attendance and chronic absenteeism and the negative effect that it has on learning. I want to remind everybody that the COVID school closings and the contact tracing and the amount of learning loss that was done because of that, and that was a direct cause from the MDE. The damage that it has done to our students is going to be felt for many years to come. Another thing that I want to comment on is the statement that was made that COVID was a death sentence. It's never been a death sentence for children unless they had some underlying health condition. Let's not forget that our governor sent COVID-positive patients to our most vulnerable population, our nursing home patients, skyrocketing the deaths in Michigan. But not just that, the one-size-fits-all approach in the treatment to COVID and the criminalization of doctors for trying to treat their patients autonomously led to a massive amount of deaths as well. The fear-mongering of the government through mainstream media helped contribute to the increase in anxiety and depression in our young people. I agree with the resolution brought forth by Mr. McMillan and Ms. Snyder on the termination of Superintendent Rice. As board members, you forget that you are elected to represent your constituents and not your personal agendas. The training videos of LGBTQ were calling for the hiding of gender identity and use of pronouns from a student's parents, which was revealed by Christopher Rufo in its evil, as Mr. McMillan stated. We are making policy that only affects roughly 0.5% of the population. In 2022, only 0.5% of people ages 18 to 24 identify as transgender. The point is made that there is a higher rate of suicide with transgender people, and what people fail to see is that gender dysphoria is a real mental illness with very real consequences. I was taught in nursing school not to validate a schizophrenic's delusion, which was what parents and teachers are doing. They're validating the delusion that a boy was really
Thank you for calling. Your time is up. Hello, may I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your comments?
Jamie McElhaney from Monroe, Michigan. I first want to just say that all of these speakers that are saying that this is all about LGBTQ and how we don't want these children to be a part of society and all of that is so infuriating to me, because it couldn't be farther from the truth. The books that we are talking about are graphic. Why does the LGBTQ community want their children to be displayed in such sexual manners? Everything is sex, 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 sex. Maybe we could come together a little bit more if everything wasn't so sexualized. Why do we have the LGBTQ community need to be shown with graphic sexual blowjobs and oral sex in these books, constant masturbation graphics. Why do they have to talk about licking their own vagina slime? Before getting it in the ass, make sure you use some lube and fingers first or shit will go all over. Why does it have to be about a rape of a 7-year-old boy with very descriptive anal and oral sex? How about, why does it have to tell you how to get on a gay dating site, to have one-night stands or orgies, how to use strap-on dildos, how to change the condom between holes or between partners, how gay men and boys are horny 24/7 and have longer and thicker dicks than heterosexual men, how to shove stuff up each other's butts, excuse me, how to find local clubs with hot rooms for gay orgies, how to masturbate many times a day, as many times as you want, but you might do it too much and hurt your privates, how to watch porn, including how to have sex with animals, how to watch kiddie porn. One of these books literally have 2 boys glorifying their porn addiction, how they watch kiddie porn and fall in love with the stunning little naked 8-year-old on the TV. Or 10-year-olds, teaching 10-year-olds how to have girl-on-girl sex or boy-on-boy sex in these books, how to put on a condom, how to masturbate. These are in the book for 10-year-olds. Why does it have to be, these books, it's not about LGBTQ, it's about nasty, repulsive, sexually explicit content that is against the law. It is against the law to have sexually explicit material, which is a book, pamphlet, magazine, printed matter, detailing verbal description of narrative of sexual excitement, erotic fondling, sexual intercourse, nudity, fondling. That is against the law. And we will start pursuing this. Somebody's going to be held accountable for distributing this pornographic, sexually explicit material to minors, and it has nothing to do with the majority of the books that we're challenging are heterosexual sex. These are just the examples of some of the examples in the books that do have LGBTQ characters in them. So stop sexualizing your children. Stop using them as your little political pawn to virtue signal how you got the next cool thing on the market. These kids are not political pawns. Stop using them as such, and maybe they will stop being so disturbed.
Thank you for calling. Hello, may I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your comments?
Hello, yes, my name is Kylie Zink. Dr. Pugh, you stated that deceiving parents is not the case. That is a bold-faced lie. Wake up. Deceiving
Please
parents
be respectful. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. This has happened in my district, and it's devastating. Devastating to the teachers, devastating to the families, devastating for the teachers because they had to keep a secret just to keep their jobs. It didn't help anybody. Nobody. Didn't help the child, didn't help the parents. And it, in fact, created tension within the district, and it's placed unnecessary attention on the student and the family. And I can tell you, everyone can tell you that this was a loving, safe, and accepting family. There's no doubt about that. You asked when this will stop. It won't stop until you open your eyes. It won't stop when you stop sexualizing, until you stop sexualizing our children. When you stop provoking our children with sex. You think this is getting tiresome? This is your job. You were elected to this position to listen to the other sides and listen to me. I'm getting tired myself talking about it, and I'm tired of having to defend my children against your crap agendas. Miss Tilley, you know what students deserve to be protected? All students, not just LGBTQ students, not just minority students, all students. Yes, mental health is important, but you know what doesn't help mental health? Tearing kids apart from their families, telling kids and teachers to keep secrets from their parents, letting them scan a QR code on a teacher's badge that leads to instructions on how to have sex, give blowjobs, rim jobs, whatever fisting is, and how to use a hairbrush as a sex toy. Providing books that include pictures on how to give oral sex in our school libraries, that does not help mental health. And tell me how that helps education and prepares my child for college or to get a job in the real world. Tom and Nikki, thank you for all that you guys do to continue to fight for the silent majority. Thank you for giving the other board members the time of day to add their items to the agenda. To Dr. Pugh and Ms. Tilley, shame on you for not giving them the time of day.
Stop. Please be respectful.
No, Mr. Rice, I am. Mr. Rice, I have no words. You're promoting tension within the family. Your agenda has nothing to do with
Ma'am,
education.
we
and it
really want to
divides
hear
the
what
family.
you've got to say, but we want to please hear it in a respectful manner.
I'm being respectful. Just beware that the silent majority is waking up, and we're tired of being silent. We are fed up.
Hello, can you please mute the YouTube in the background and give me your name, where you're calling from, and your comments? Thanks for calling.
Hi, my name is Melanie Curtis. I'm from Plainwell, Michigan. I'm calling in support of the resolution to terminate Superintendent Michael Rice for deceiving parents. You all know it's the natural fundamental right of parents and legal guardians to determine, direct the care, teaching, and education of their children. The public schools of this state serve the needs of the pupils by cooperating with the pupils' parents. The most shocking part of that training video are the online portals that parents have access to with clear instruction on how to hide information from parents. That the Michigan Department of Education, the superintendent, and 5 board members don't see this as deceiving parents is truly hard to believe. But you do know it's deceiving parents. A lot of the callers have made that clear. You support the deceit because you think you know better than those parents. Parents, you should wake up. All of you parents. What are they hiding about your children? Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you for calling. Okay, Mike, am I correct that all the callers who have registered and are on the line have had the opportunity to speak?
That's correct.
And so public comment is concluding at 2:59 p.m.
I want to thank all of those who took the time to either come here in person to deliver public comment or to share by telephone. We appreciate the thoughts and the time that you have taken to share those thoughts. Board, we're at 2:59 at the approval of minutes of regular and committee of the whole meeting of September 13th, 2022. May I please have a motion to so approve? Dr. Pritchett, thank you very much for your motion. Who is a second for that motion? Ms. Lipton, a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. If we could have a roll call vote, please, Mertz.
Lipton? Yes. McMillan?
Yes.
Pritchett?
Yes.
Pugh?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Tilley?
Yes.
Albridge? Yes. Motion carries unanimously.
President Albridge has indicated that we are not going to have a president's report this month. With respect to the report of the state superintendent, given the fact that we're a little bit behind in our agenda, I would just like to congratulate our board president for receiving a Distinguished Service Award from the National Association of School Boards later this month. It is a National Public Service Award. I want to congratulate her on her honor later this month. And then I'd just like to share a reflection about an author from back in the day. I often speak about authors because I believe that there's a value to reading and a value to reading broadly. I think our young people benefit from reading broadly. Frankly, I think we as older people benefit from reading broadly. But every so often I go back to what I read when I was a kid, and I was reading Ralph Waldo Emerson the other night, and it strikes me that consistency is often a virtue. On the other hand, Emerson famously noted that a foolish consistency is the hobgoblin of little minds, adored by little statesmen and philosophers and divines. With consistency, a great soul simply has nothing to do. Perhaps it would be good for the board to continue to hear firsthand about and to learn firsthand from some of the challenges of our more vulnerable children, and particularly given recent blathering from our LGBTQ plus youth. Thank you very much. Board, we're at the report of the Teacher of the Year. Ms. Nanette Hansen, the 2022-2023 Michigan Teacher of the Year, will present her report. Ms. Hansen is a first grade teacher at Lemmer Elementary School in Escanaba Area Public School. She's joining us virtually. Mr. Bill Borman, Region 3 Teacher of the Year, has had the pleasure of spending the day with us and teaches a fourth grade gifted and talented class at Zeeland Public Schools. Mr. Borman, we welcome you to the board table. Ms. Hansen, we welcome you virtually. There will be a PowerPoint presentation. These are teachers, and they are decorated teachers. I will not swear that they will not be a test.
Good afternoon, board, and thank you for having us here today. I am Nanette Hansen, Michigan Teacher of the Year 2022-23, and I am glad to report I'm finally settling into this role as Michigan Teacher of the Year. Last week, I had the great opportunity to present on the importance of SEL tools and classroom management to the CMU teacher candidates, as well as sit on a panel with the other Teachers of the Year and field some really interesting, thought-provoking questions from our newest generation of teachers. And I was able to give the closing speech as well to those candidates. And I am glad to say that it rejuvenated my teacher spirit to be in the room with all the energy given from those teacher candidates. It was an amazing experience. So today I am honored to be here with Region 3 Teacher of the Year, Bill Borman, who joined us here from Zeeland, Michigan. And today we'd like to discuss the importance of nutrition on mental health for the success of both students and staff. So now I'm going to turn it over to Bill, and he will start our presentation.
Well, to all of you, it's just an honor to be here. Honestly, it's been great to sit with you and just see from this perspective what you do. So thank you for all of you for your service and the time that you give. I'm honored to be here with Nanette and just share a little bit about, first off, my background, but then as well a little bit about the role that nutrition can play in education. And honestly, I think that it can tie into a lot of the different topics that have been discussed today related to mental health and well-being, physical sports side of things, etc. So just to give you a brief introduction to who I am, you can see there, obviously, I kind of term myself 3 different categories right now. Number 1 is father of 3 teenage daughters in the Borman household. So the household is busy and sometimes can be challenging, but yet can also be a lot of fun at the same time. Similarly, to the right, you'll notice that that is my wife, Elizabeth. The fun thing is I'm just transitioning into a new position this year in Zeeland, and my wife is the secretary. I was given words of wisdom at the beginning, always treat the secretary nice. So to be married to the secretary is something that definitely I have to be on my best behavior at all times. And then lastly, I just put on there volunteer, and I give that example down there of the Holland Rescue Mission of serving in the Women's and Children's Shelter this past Friday. Had the opportunity to serve with 4 of my students and their parents, just serving meals. And it was, again, just a great time to be able to serve not only in the role personally, but obviously to bring others along with that walk as well. And just understanding what it means to give back to the community. So hopefully that gives you a little snapshot of who I am from a personal side of things. Professionally, I'm not going to, you can read all of these items over, but ultimately I kind of translate into all that into, I've been doing this gig for a long time. So this is my 25th year in education. I have taught in public, I have taught in charter, I've taught out of state, and I've taught out of country. So, because one thing I didn't reference is my wife is Scottish. So I was married in a kilt. There's your small fact that you've not probably known until this point. All right, so. And don't ask any questions related to that because I will not quiz you on them or ask you about them later. So, but I will say the one thing that's a positive on that is it provides, I think, a healthy perspective. Not just, well, what does this side of the state or this side of the state feel? What does charter feel? What does public feel? What does private feel? What does this country? It just gives a broad perspective on a variety of things, which I think from an educator can be a very healthy thing to have as well. Recently, the previous 7 years prior to this new position, I was serving in Holland Public Schools. I helped develop the STEM program that is there. not only district-wide, but I've spent the previous 6 years before that serving in the STEM program itself, but then also teaching an advanced STEM coursework, where we made loads of connections to local businesses in the community to provide support for some of the things that you'll see in our presentation today. So hopefully that gives you a snapshot of who I am. And then with that, I'll kind of, I think, turn it over to Nanette a little bit to introduce kind of what we'll be talking about.
Okay, so if you could advance the slide, Bill.
Yep.
That would be great.
Oh, and you know what, Nanette, I'll apologize in advance because I went off script. So how about if I help on this one? And apologies.
Okay, great.
No. Well, let me give some context first off. All right. This is a student I've had named Ivan. As you can see, he was pretty happy with his produce that he was able to harvest. And just to give a background on this, some just facts of working with a Michigan State extension program, nutritionist there. 16% of children in Michigan are food insecure at this point. So when we talk about a safe environment for learning, some of them are walking through the door not feeling safe because they don't know if they're going to eat tonight or they're going to eat at some point. From a background of where my passion got into the nutrition side of things, I found that about a third of my students who are having attendance, which we've heard today already, behavior problems, other types of challenges, were also not eating. They were not eating lunch, and in most cases, they were not eating breakfast at the same time. All of those students, by their own admission, had shared that they qualified for free and reduced lunch, and so they had food available to them, which obviously led to the question of why? Why are you not eating? Some of which came from peer pressure. Well, people around me aren't eating, it's not cool to eat. Some of them said, well, it's because it's, their words, disgusting. So again, middle school students, so take that for what it is. Well, then the teacher and me said, we're going to do a little experiment, and that experiment was using some of the apples that were in the cafeteria and relocating them into the classroom setting to be offered if they so chose. And in the span of about 2 hours, we would go through, on average, about 100 to 150 apples that would be eaten. So the same food, different location, different results. And needless to say, I say that nutrition side of things, one of the most basic needs that we have, can really play a huge role in everything else that blooms from there, not only educationally, but social emotional learning as well. So from that, obviously you can notice again, improved attendance, improved behavior, improved academic results. Those two random facts that you see on the bottom give you more of an anecdotal from me personally. Early before we built that greenhouse, by the way, through community support, I had my father would come in and he would bring in produce to share with students. And he brought in blueberries. And if you know anything about the western side of the state, there's a number of blueberry farms all over the place. I had 12 out of 27 students in the class that they were offered had never had a blueberry in their entire life, which was like eye-opening to me. Again, it's one of those, how can that be? Well, obviously that led to a variety of things from hydroponic grow towers through community support to the construction of a 40 by 24 foot greenhouse on Holland Middle School's campus. But then in so doing, another example, that 0 out of 20, we grew some corn in the greenhouse, and about this time of year, we were ready to harvest and do some stuff with it. And I had 0 out of the 20 students in the class said, we don't know how to harvest corn. What do we do? You know, and that kind of was, again, eye-opening to me that there was just a lack of food awareness. So how do we expect them to eat healthy when there's a lack of awareness about nutrition itself? And so wanting to get down from a nutritional side of things down to the bare bones and saying, well, until we provide this safety, all right, we are going to have some problems in there. But yet, on a positive, I think there's definitely some things that can be done. So with that, now, I will pass it off to Nanette.
So, as we mentioned earlier, a lot of these health-related items that we're speaking about goes back to social and emotional health, I'll get it, and physical health. We are going to go to look at this info picture about meeting students' physiological needs, their very basic needs. And of course, food is one of those very basic needs. Starting at the bottom of this pyramid, we want that to be the first priority, and it must be satisfied first for our kids. These needs include nourishment, sleep, clothing, and shelter. People must have these basic needs met in order to focus on anything else. Otherwise, their actions will focus solely on getting those needs met. They are the top priority and are therefore the most important driving factor for all human beings. If a person is hungry, they will ignore any other wants and wishes to focus on that satisfaction of hunger. And while we're in school each day, our students need these basic needs met. They need that nutrition, that water, air, rest, exercise, community, and they need that to be met before they can go on to academic needs being met and so on and so forth. So this is what we're talking about here, that we need to meet the needs of these kids at the very basic level so that they can move forth to become their best successful self.
And with that, obviously, we have a representative from Holland Middle School at the time and now Zeeland, and we also have Nanette from Escanaba. Obviously, both of these schools offer free and reduced breakfast and lunches, and I think Nanette's going to share a little bit about what you see on this slide.
Right, and so we're so lucky in Escanaba, Michigan, and other districts around Michigan to be able to provide free breakfast and lunch for our students so that we know that they're getting some options for healthy foods. However, sometimes because of the global pandemic, we're having a hard time getting the foods that they're offering on the menu. And so they are sort of switched out for not as healthy choices. And so students are not eating those foods because they don't care for them or they think they're disgusting. And schools are continually trying to improve the meals they provide to students by offering them opportunities to learn what is a good choice for foods, but they're not being offered in the school at all times. Schools are continually trying to improve these meals, but with the pandemic and the food supply chain being disrupted, we're not able to get the choices to our students. And so we want to make sure that the involvement our schools have with making these nutritious choices for our kids are listened to and offered so that our kids have these healthy choices for them. Okay, Bill?
And just to explain these two pictures to give you an idea, I referenced already that we had built a school greenhouse through community support. So just to kind of give two components of how this nutrition education can play a huge role, not only academically, but obviously behaviorally. The picture you see on the left is obviously 3 students, and they're holding a soil tester, for lack of better terms. They are in the process of monitoring plant growth, testing soil acidity levels, soil moisture levels, and really analyzing then if there are issues, what needs to be done to improve in essence, their bed. And you'd be impressed of how 8th graders take ownership quickly for their bed of whatever's growing in it. So seeing them just academically be engaged in a hands-on way that they have not been necessarily in the regular ed classroom has been huge. On the right, I give you, and it ties in, again, this is cool to see how it comes together. That's a picture of Romeo. Romeo is making some amazing sliders, by the way. So if any of you need a recipe, let me know and I can send you Romeo's recipe. But from a STEM component, they obviously tweaked and changed different recipes through time. What you can't see on the picture is underneath it, through local donations, we have a mobile kitchen unit. And that mobile kitchen unit can be used to move into classrooms, and so you can literally bring the kitchen right to you. Many people have said, oh, you're just doing home ec, which part of me is like, well, yeah, part of it can be, but on the flip side, it's something that's exposed to all students, and I would argue is maybe a little bit more of a STEMmy academic twist to it, which I think has been neat to see. The reason I think it's cool that you see Romeo up there is Romeo signed up for the advanced STEM class, which was an elective, number 1, that he wanted to be in. Previously, the year prior, he would be, and I might get the wrong label, but chronically absent, long story short, gone a lot. He was not at school. I will tell you, he probably missed in the semester maybe 2 days of class the entire semester. And he will say, this was my favorite class because he got a chance to do hands-on stuff and learn nutrition at the same time. So not only is that nutritional awareness and being aware of where our food actually comes from component, but there's tons of connections, obviously, from a literature, from a science, from a math component that you can tie in. In this case, when you bring nutrition and growing things literally right to the school campus. And that can be done in a large way, as you see in our greenhouse here. It can be done in a small way from a raised bed or two that you put somewhere around the school campus as well. And then that, I think.
All right. Yep. And as you can see, the way that middle schoolers can interact and grow their own food can combat absenteeism. And that is a positive effect of getting students interested in what they eat and the healthy nutritional value of doing those things. And at Lemmer School, we are can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, something went wrong with my screen. I apologize. It's something wonky in the UP, I think. Sorry. Nutritional education can positively impact students' healthy eating habits, teaching them how to recognize nutritious foods and understand how they benefit their mind and body. At Lemmer School, children develop their eating habits early in life, so it's important that we expose them to healthy choices. We at Lemmer School invite the MSU Extension Center to come over and provide healthy choices and healthy eating habits for our students. It is one way that we use our money and our resources to help expose children to the importance of eating healthy and trying new and exciting foods. Okay, Bill.
No, and just these pictures, I'd like to give an outline because I think there's two overriding things that'll give you an idea as to how powerful nutrition education can be. The first ties into, and kudos to the state, a financial piece, financial awareness, financial literacy. You will see in here pictures of students who had designed and implemented their own smoothie business, which was being sold to teachers, I will say. And so going through the STEM process, the engineering design process, and coming up with a couple different recipes that were good, and they did their market research. You can see deliveries taking place on, I think, on your right, if that makes sense. You can see, obviously, the blending process. I will say the room got fairly messy, but it was definitely worth it. And you'll also notice there the different herbs that you will notice. Similarly, a team the first semester in that advanced STEM class started an herb business where they were selling fresh herbs to teachers on a weekly basis. They chose to go the subscription method, so teachers paid $20 for the whole semester, which again, they set the price point and did the research, but they were then able to deliver fresh herbs to their doorstep all year long. And they use the hydroponic grow towers to make that happen. And for those of you that know the price of herbs, that's a pretty good deal. All right, so they were very excited about that. So that gives you an idea of the financial literacy component that can come in through this nutrition education as well. But I also want to give you the power of what stuff like that did to the school environment. The school environment, I kind of referenced at the beginning, was one where it was not cool to eat healthy, and in some cases it was not even cool to eat. Whereas now you would see smoothies being delivered throughout the school to teachers. We have herb businesses. They see it around. It just started to change the environment. You had the smells going through the hallways of Romeo doing his famous slider recipe and getting some students to taste test it and give feedback on how to improve the recipe. The environment of the school began to change because the food awareness began to change. There was an awareness not only of different foods, they know now how to shuck corn, they had raspberries, they had strawberries, they had different things throughout the year, but they also were able to, I guess, put it this way, these tools of nutrition were able to interweave throughout multiple areas in the school and really start to change the environment. And I will tell you, it's a school environment with about 75% free and reduced lunch and a variety of people that knew nothing about what you see in these pictures. And so I think stuff like this definitely is something that can be transferred into other schools throughout the state and can make a huge difference on that most foundational level of what students need. And once you start, believe it or not, actually eating better and doing things, well, they'll exercise more and their mental health. And I think there's a lot of tie-ins that can come through nutrition education. Okay. Just a few steps to consider from this perspective. One is this: how do we improve what is actually eaten in our school? Cafeterias, that is. And I'm by no means coming across as a major expert in all areas, but from the research I did, it sounds like there's about 61% of school districts nationwide that offer alternatives to the school lunches. All right, so they may be a la carte items or extra items or stuff like that, most of which would not qualify in the healthy category. So how do we look at what we actually offer through the school and through the cafeteria? Okay. This one is near and dear to my heart because I've been on both sides. Next one: how do you ensure that the staff actually gets an adequate lunch break to take care of their nutritional needs? When you talk about changing the environment, you talk with who are people watching? Who are the role models? Who are the mentors? Well, it's us, as teachers, that is. And if teachers are not, and I've been in situations where there is not an adequate lunch break, or at sometimes, I won't say a lunch break in the middle of the day. Long story short, nutrition has been a challenge for different reasons. And I think it's important that we have, from an educator standpoint, we're role models of what it means to eat healthy and take care of ourselves. And by doing that, that message can be relayed in a way to kids. And not only that, you get better teaching when the teachers are adequately taking care of their own physical needs. Okay. And then lastly is kind of the big picture of what we're talking about all across the board. How do we provide opportunities like you saw in these slides to all students in Michigan? Typically, these arguments come back down to money. It's not affordable. We can't do it. I will tell you 100% of everything you saw in those slides was from the community. None of it came through the schools themselves. And there are loads of community sponsors and supports that are eager to step in and say, how can we help? Through time, i.e. helping to build the greenhouse with students and coming alongside physically there, to finances, how can we donate to help make this happen? And I think you can see an example, like I said, through Holland Public Schools that is definitely feasible, and not only feasible, but it can make a huge difference on that foundational nutritional level. And with that, I think you got an update from Nanette.
All right. Like I said earlier in our presentation, I have been settling into this role, and I have had an opportunity to do a presentation to our local Escanaba Rotary, and that presentation was about the MTOY program and the responsibilities and the roles that I would be taking on. And I also mentioned speaking with CMU, which is actually the highlight of my role so far because, like I said, they rejuvenated me as a teacher. I also had the great opportunity to visit the Wilson Talent Center in Ingham County and also visit my own local DSISD. And both of those visits will be part of next month's presentation with that Teacher of the Year. So you'll have to stay tuned for more information. But that's it for us, I think.
Any questions for Ms. Hanson and Mr. Borman? We appreciate the presentation. It was food for thought and food for the body as well. I couldn't resist.
Impressive.
It was just there. It's not that impressive.
Well,
but I'm just trying to stick with the theme.
It's good. I'm impressed. I will, one thing to add more, just because I realized it was left out. The cool thing about having a greenhouse like this is it's open in the summer to the community members to come and harvest for free. So we had about 150 different families came through last summer to harvest for free. So when you talk about meeting and changing the nutritional environment at school, you also, by offering, in this case, free produce, can make a difference at changing the nutritional understanding at home. And if any of you have been to the store, you're well aware that food prices are a little higher than they were, and there was many, many grateful people that came to harvest and get that. So it's a win-win for the win-win-win for the school, for the kids, and for the community.
Thank you. Very good. Thank you. Board members, any comments or questions? Comments, Ms. Lipton and then Dr. Pugh.
Thank you for your presentation. I really appreciate that. Do you have any opinion or thoughts on the how can I say this, sort of the power of collective eating. In some of the schools where I work, when the free and reduced lunch program is offered to all the students, there seemed to be a higher uptake by all the students because it became more of a collective sort of community activity to eat together the same foods, as opposed to having some students on free and reduced lunch and others not available. In your experience, do you have any opinions on the best way to create community so that you have a higher uptake of good nutrition for our students?
I guess in hearing you talk, the first word that just comes to mind is engagement and involvement. And what I mean by that is when you look at, I guess best to give some examples. When you look at the greenhouse itself, there was the local ISD or the Creoline Tech Center had some students that came down to help and work alongside some of the students of the school. Some parents, we did some outside beds, some parents of students came in and they helped build along with their children. Connecting with larger businesses in our community to not only donate finances, but to have volunteers come in. So when there's full engagement versus one or two people just spearheading a project, like this is our project, we'll make it work, but when you have a full three-pronged engagement from community members to administration to families and parents, all coming around a project, it becomes ours versus mine, if that makes sense. And so I think even and I'd just say it straight up, if you know anything about Western Michigan dynamics, I'm going from a Holland Public and I'm moving in wife's school and where my children are at, but to Zeeland Public Schools. There's a very big difference between those two school districts. But on the flip side, I've got students right now who are fourth graders, but they're doing the same process. They're in the process of designing their own smoothie business, and there's full engagement from all there. And so I think I've seen it take off, I guess, I think I'm answering your question, but kind of in both environments. But in both cases, there's commitment from the families, from administration, and from outside sources, helping to provide not only materials, but expertise to make it happen.
Any other questions? Dr. Pugh, to you.
Part of my question went along with Ellen's question, and that was just recently where we're phasing out of or have phased out of the free lunch program. If you've seen a greater uptake, you talked about the price of food, but also that piece too, and how that may impact this work that you're doing, and just to see if there's opportunity to come by and visit sometime. We'd love to see that in person.
Yeah, would love anytime you want. I can maybe even hunt down Romeo and get you some sliders if you want. So we'll take good care of you.
Sliders and I want a smoothie. But
we can get some smoothie. We can get you some fresh basil too if you want. So we'll take good care of you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pugh, Mr. Borman, Ms. Tilley.
I want to thank you for the presentation as well. The work is so important. And I really appreciate the sense of community and ownership that the children get to be a part of, and it helps them to understand a broader knowledge of what that means, and also the correlation that you made with health and wellness, that, with the children eating right, put in the exercise, that helps with their mental health as well. So I just wanted to thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tilley. Anyone else on the board?
Just thank both of the teachers. Awesome presentations, as always.
The presentations are always strong. This one was particularly appetizing. Thank you. I appreciate it. Got to stay consistent.
You need to stop. All right. Comes a point. You need to stop.
I've just been admonished by the teacher. Thank you very much.
Very welcome.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Nice to meet all of you.
Board members, it's 3:31. We are pivoting to the next item on today's agenda, the approval of nominations to the Special Education Advisory Committee and presentation of the SEAC annual report. Each year, the State Board of Education is asked to approve nominations to SEAC. SEAC is seeking to fill the following vacancies: 8 delegates, 5 alternates, and 1 member at large due to expired or incomplete terms. In addition, the SEAC annual report will be shared. The board is being asked to approve the nominations during today's meetings. Our presenters are Dr. Scott Kenichnek, Deputy Superintendent, P20 System and Student Transitions, and Ms. Terry Rink, Director of the Office of Special Education. I was looking for the other Terry. I do not see her. Terry Rink will have to be 2 Terrys. Is Terry Pettit virtual?
Yes, she is.
Okay, very good. Ms. Terry Pettit, SEAC Facilitator, is joining us virtually. There will be a PowerPoint presentation. If we could, let's do this. Let's hear the presentation and then move the motion, because some of us, once we've had a presentation, forget that the motion was moved.
That sounds great. Thank
people.
you. Thank you, Dr. Rice, and thank you to the board for allowing us to come before you to give you a twofer this afternoon. As Dr. Rice had said, we are here before you for approval of 14 nominations, which we'll get to in a bit. But we're also here to do a very brief update on the activities of SEAC over the past year. You received an attachment, I think it was attachment D, I believe, the annual report. And we have a PowerPoint that's going to talk a little bit about SEAC, but highlight the goal areas from last year, and then forecast what those goal areas are going to be for this year. And so with that, I will turn it over to Terry Pettit, who is joining us virtually. So Terry, I will drive if you would like to start the presentation.
Perfect, thank you. Hi everyone, it's good to see everybody, and I appreciate you letting me attend virtually. If we could go to the next slide, Dr. K, thank you. Just to remind you, because the rest of our presentation will all fall into this, we have a mission at SEAC that we follow, and that's to promote positive outcomes for students with disabilities. And we do that in several ways: by gathering, sharing, disseminating information at a state and a national level, by communicating with our very diverse group of stakeholders, by identifying unmet needs every year that we will focus on and learn more about. We collaborate with the Office of Special Education and Terry Rink. We engage with various offices at the Michigan Department of Education seeking their feedback and input, and we also then advise the State Board of Education through the recommendations that are made through our annual report. And one of our duties is to share that annual report with you once a year, so that's why we're here. Next slide. Thank you. I just wanted you to see these numbers because I think they're pretty telling. This was our membership from last year. We had 21 organizational delegates and 22 alternates, which meant we had 1 seat open for an organizational delegate that has since been filled, or it's coming to you today. We have 10 members at large, and then we have 2 additional members at large that are in reserve. And that just simply means that all of our delegates have always had alternates that could vote in place of them if they were absent, and now we have parents that can do so for the parents if a parent is absent for a vote. We have 11 state agency ex officios and 9 alternates, and we have 3 support staff from the Office of Special Education, and we really appreciate the work that they do and their continued support of SEAC. And I think it's really good to share. Our biggest goal is to reach that mandated 51% of members that are defined members, and those are members that either have a disability themselves or they have a child with a disability. And we are actually, last year, we were actually at 68%. So those numbers are rising. We're finding more and more people that want to be a part of us that actually have disabilities or children with disabilities from our organizations, from our parents, everyone. And that number is up in the 70% percentile this year. So we're really excited to see that number growing. We have several functions that we meet, that we are responsible for meeting through IDEA, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. They mandate that these state advisory panels exist. And in our case, it's the Special Education Advisory Committee, which is SEAC. And we have 6 functions altogether. The first 3 are listed here, and we just mentioned some of those. We advise both you and the Michigan Department of Education on unmet needs. The second is we comment publicly on any proposed rules dealing with special education. And we also advise the Office of Special Education regarding the state performance plan targets. And then the last three functions, function number 4 is to advise regarding federal monitoring of corrective action plans. And the good news here is we have none this year. We had none last year. So we haven't had to engage in that work for a while, and that's good news. Function number 5, we advise regarding the development of policies related to the coordination of services for students with IEPs or individualized education plans. And last, we regularly review due process hearing findings so we understand what the courts are ruling, and we dissect that and learn more about these different issues that are actually affecting our Michigan students and students with disabilities. Next slide. Our priorities for last year, the first one was to understand and develop advice regarding viable additional diploma track options, which then would improve graduation rates for our special education students in Michigan, while also providing options for those that were at risk of dropping out. Our second priority was to discover and share practical solutions to obtaining and retaining special education teachers, paraprofessionals, ancillary staff. And our third priority was to create advice for schools and parents in actually using, not just learning about, but using personal curriculum to improve outcomes for our special education students. So we had people come in we had national people, we had state people on all of these priorities that taught us a lot of information, and you will be able to see the many recommendations that our members made regarding that. We met in small groups and came up with lists of recommendations, and those are all available to you in the annual report. This year, our priorities, next slide, please. We only have 2 this year, but they're keeping us busy already. We want to remain aligned with the work that the Path Forward Strategic Action Plan has been doing. And so we're going to concentrate on developing recommendations regarding high quality professional learning, spotlighting those quality tier 1 instruction for our students with disability, and using data to inform what we do and what we're doing in those tier 1 interventions, instead of just jumping into tier 2 or tier 3 interventions. So that's a really important priority for us this year. And the second, consistent with the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, the Office of Special Education is developing monitoring activities and technical assistance resources for all the public agencies regarding their obligations pertaining to the least restrictive environment for our students with disabilities. And so we're asking our members to provide input and feedback and developing monitoring activities and associated technical assistance resources that the Office of Special Education will ultimately go out and use in the field. They're also working very closely with ISDs, with SEAC, and with other groups that have voices where it comes to these students with disabilities. So we're very excited because we have such a large representation of parents that the other groups do not have. So having the parent input about what least restrictive environment looks like for their students is really important to us. We're excited about this year. And our last resource here, our SEAC website, the link is here for you, and the annual report is linked on our website. And also, if you have any questions, would like to contact Terry Brink, you can click on that and get her email address, and the same thing for me. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. Now I'm all done.
Do you two have anything else to share?
No, I would just encourage you to review the annual report that was again included in your packet as attachment D.
Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you, Terry, and the single outlier, Dr. K. Could we have a motion, please, to approve the nominations to SEAC?
So moved.
Dr. Pritchett with the motion. Do we have a second?
Support.
We have support from President Albrecht. Any discussion? Hearing none. Marilyn, if we could have a roll call vote, please.
Lipton,
Yes.
McMillan,
Yes.
Pritchett,
Yes.
Pugh,
Yes.
Snyder,
Yes.
Tilly, Albrecht.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Next item on our agenda is consideration of amendments to the State Board of Education bylaws. During the September 13, 2022 State Board of Education meeting, Mr. McMillan distributed written copies of amendments, proposed amendments to the State Board of Education bylaws. Today, the board is being asked to consider the amendments. Mr. McMillan, will you please read the amendments?
Certainly. Amendments to the State Board of Education bylaws, addition of Parent Assistance Committee. Amendment 1, add to Section 3 a paragraph as follows, and this is of our bylaws. The president or co-presidents shall appoint members of the Parental Assistance Committee. This committee shall establish procedures and forms that will allow parents and other taxpayers who are not satisfied with how a local school district addresses problems that they bring before their respective local board to submit their concerns to the committee. The committee shall oversee the employee or employees hired by the State Board to evaluate concerns sent to the committee, including but not limited to communicating with the parents or taxpayers to understand the unresolved issue, communicating with the respective local board to clarify the issue, and evaluating documents submitted to parents, taxpayers, boards, and others. The committee may issue reports on its findings to the State Board, the parties to the complaint, and others, including the governor and legislators. The Parental Assistance Committee may recommend to the State Board that it hold hearings regarding issues it brings before the State Board. These hearings may be held during a regular board meeting or at a special board meeting with the location either in Lansing or in or near the district where the unresolved issue exists. It may also recommend to the legislature statutory changes to address the unresolved issue, especially if the matter is seen to occur throughout the state. Amendment 2, add to Section 4 a paragraph C as follows. C, Parental Assistance Committee employee. The members of the SBE shall appoint a Parental Assistance Committee employee or employees. The employer employees shall assist the Parental Assistance Committee as outlined in Section 3.
Okay. So we have a motion.
I would move that this be amended. I move these amendments.
Very good. So it is a motion, just to be 100% clear, it's a motion for the two amendments together. They hang together. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Yes, second.
We have a second from Ms. Snyder. So motion from Mr. McMillan, a second from Ms. Snyder. Discussion.
If you don't mind, I mean, please. I would like to, I think that, and I've been to meetings where parents are not happy with how their local board has dealt with them, and been in meetings with local school boards or local superintendent and school board members. And, the parents, and it's no surprise, I mean, there are some parents who just don't feel satisfied with the resolution or lack of a resolution at the local level. And, it kind of ends there. They can run for office, they can try to get people elected to school board that will hear them or maybe agree with them. But, it seems to me that something that this state board could do is have a committee. Obviously, we don't have the authority to impose anything on the locals, but a committee that can evaluate these. Maybe it's a systemic issue that's throughout that, we, need to look at further. We can ask MDE or the employee of the committee to look into the matter, to call the board, call the district, hey, what's going on? This is what we're hearing. Try to get to the underlying facts, and then, decide, they can either publish a report, these are the facts that we've seen. Maybe it's going to be different than what was seen at the local level by the parents. Maybe there'll be some additional facts brought forward. Maybe the state board may say, we should hold a hearing on this. This is something that there's something wrong here. Obviously, we can't force a change, but we can at least bring it to the light. And so, I mean, And you know, I know that an additional employee would have to be probably approved by the state board or the legislature, I guess, unless there is some leeway there. I'm not exactly sure how that would work out, but we could work on that as well. And I don't think this would be just a I think it would be, you know, all sides of the political spectrum could certainly make use of the committee, and I think it would be a good use of our time and resources to devote this effort to helping parents resolve, and taxpayers resolve issues at the local level without suggesting that we are able to have, you know, I'm still a local control person. I know some people would say, how can you do this? But I am a local control person, but some, you know, we've got 800 or 700 school boards, and I hope we all realize that probably some of them aren't perfect, and there probably are some issues that, you know, there might be a nice place to appeal. So this is kind of appealing without the authority to make any final decision, but at least to bring to light potential issues.
So just because I appreciate you sharing that, is the purpose to bring issues to light or to resolve issues?
Well, it would be both. I mean, to resolve, but then at the very least to bring them to light. You know, it'd be best if they could be resolved. I mean, perhaps the local district thinks it is resolved. You know, they probably think it is, and perhaps it is. Maybe with a little discussion, you know, maybe it would be determined that, yeah, I mean, everything, you know, maybe there was misperceptions, and when everything is brought to light, it's, you know, that the district, and what they claimed was perfectly true. You know, is it possible that some things could have been not disclosed? It's just a way, I hear from parents often that they just find a stone wall. They hit a stone wall, and they have no other option. They're not going to sue, although some do. But you know, and this may also be FOIA. I mean, we've heard hundreds of thousands of dollars for FOIAs. We could have somebody say, "Look, why is this $300,000? We would like to know." The state board does not. You know, I hope that I think you've even said, and others, that yes, there should be transparency, there should be accessibility, shouldn't be excessive costs. So maybe FOIA costs would be an area where we kind of try to get to the bottom of things. Because I know that there have been you know, sometimes you got to resort to lawsuits, but that's expensive. Not everybody has the funds to do that.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Ms. Snyder.
I would answer your question that the center of it is conflict resolution. I think one of the markers of successful organizations and systems is how well they resolve conflict. And anytime you have multiple pathways for people to resolve conflict, it's a good thing, because you'll probably have more engagement with people to step forward and attempt to do that. When I think of what's happening right now, the fact that we've lost 65,000 students in public education, roughly 4%, this would be something that would really encourage growth for participation for people who might come back if they know that conflict resolution is not something that is going to be an issue as it has been in the past. I also think that it kind of revolves around the concept that parents and students are their best advocates themselves, right? Engaging them on that level, as opposed to filtering them through a bunch of bureaucratic process until they get tired and it's just not, then the problem isn't resolved, right? Then we carry that systemically and collectively for months, years, decades. Again, I think this is a positive thing. I think it's something that's really necessary.
Okay. Very good. Thank you very much, Ms. Snyder. You're right. I do not have a fly's peripheral vision. President Ulbricht.
Thank you. So I have a few comments to make, and I just want to say I appreciate the board's interest in wanting to assist parents and taxpayers with issues they might be having in public education. I too believe that we have the ability to bring issues to light. I don't think it requires a whole new bureaucratic process in order to do that. As you've seen today, just by people coming and speaking, we are bringing issues to light. As far as conflict resolution, we have to be very careful on recognizing that the State Board of Education has a very distinct role to play in K-12 public policy. And it's important to note, I think, that we also have a very limited role when it comes to local decisions. Sorry. These proposed bylaw changes, in my opinion, exceed the authority of the State Board of Education. They infringe on local control. It assumes enforcement and fiduciary rights that we do not have. And it creates a committee that supersedes or could supersede the full board. So let me break this down. First of all, local control. I'm happy to hear a fellow board member say that I'm still a local control guy, but you don't get to pick and choose. And it's not really up to us anyway. Michigan is a local control state, whether we like it or not. And in fact, the proposed amendments would broadly authorize a committee of the board to investigate and evaluate, and the state board to hold hearings and presumably uphold or strike down quote-unquote unsatisfactory decisions by local boards addressing broadly defined, if not at all defined, quote-unquote problems raised by a parent or a taxpayer. But under Michigan law, school districts have broad self-governing powers. And again, this is the impetus of local control. Local districts are governed by their own school boards, and the state board's authority over these schools is extremely limited to those expressly provided in the Revised School Code and the School Aid Act. Simply because we write new powers into our own bylaws does not magically give us powers beyond current law. Based upon an Attorney General opinion, the powers of state agencies and government officers are limited by the Constitution and applicable statutes, and I'm quoting now, may not be extended by implication beyond what may be necessary for the reasonable execution of the power. Simply put, the citizens, through their representations, have established a system of oversight, and we are just one piece of that oversight system. So let's talk about enforcement and fiduciary. The proposed bylaw changes call on a committee of the State Board of Education to hold hearings and presumably make findings of fact and issue them through reports. Even if this was within our purview, we lack the authority to promulgate appropriate notice, due process, or appeal rights. We have no authority to require local school boards, or parents for that matter, to participate in such hearings, nor to submit any documentation to the State Board of Education, much less do we have the bandwidth to engage in adequate fact-checking to ensure that student privacy is being upheld throughout this process. Hence, we lack the ability to enforce any such findings, and any attempts to establish and enforce certain requirements against school districts are unlikely to withstand legal scrutiny and could actually invite Headley claims. Further, the proposed bylaws indicate the committee will oversee employees hired by the state board to carry out the work of evaluating concerns sent to the committee. These proposed amendments seem to grant the state board authority to create positions and hire employees, which I would argue we do not have. And then finally, the committee does not get to supersede the board. The proposed amendments would create a committee of the board acting outside of the full board's authority. This committee would issue reports of findings to the public, the governor, and the legislature, and make recommendations to the legislature without the board's review and approval in accordance with current requirements for conducting our business. Actions of this board require a public vote and a majority vote, and no subset of the board has the authority to act on behalf of the entire board. Simply put, we all want to be helpful, but like it or not, there are structural and legal limits to what we can and cannot do. We cannot simply grant ourselves authority that the law does not recognize. And as such, I will be voting no on these proposed bylaws, and I encourage my fellow board members to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, President Albridge. Dr. Pugh, to you.
And these are things that we brought up the last time that we were here, so they're not new to you. And yes, Tom, I was the one I did mention that I always think of you when I think of local control, and I do too think that it does infringe on local control, which just having an issue with that, but then all the things that Cassandra outlined as well. We also talked about different mechanisms that we use. I had a parent that called me yesterday and emailed me some of her issues that she was having with her child and the school. And so what I did is advise her different ways that she could approach it with the local school district, local board members. And then I said, if there's anything else that you need, I can get advice from the department on how guidance on how best to approach this issue. So we do have mechanisms, and we do hear from parents, and we have helped parents. We've contacted Marilyn and Dr. Rice and made sure Marilyn was copied on those messages and made sure that and Dr. Rice always makes sure that it gets to the right and appropriate staff to handle those issues, and that has worked very well. So I don't want it to go out that we're not hearing from parents and that we're not making sure that we're being advocates for parents and that we're not stepping into these spaces where we can help the parent in those local school districts, because that is happening. I have relationships with parent groups at the local levels, and as I mentioned last month, when I showed them these proposed amendments, their thoughts was no, because then that infringes on some of our organizations. One, we heard from today, the PTA. After we left the meeting last month, I was listening to some friends who are members of the local PTSA, and they were talking about their meeting and some of the things that they discussed. And so I have heard from them, and they've not moved from that this is not what they're looking for either. But I think that it is good that we are in touch with these communities and that we know folks on the boards or we know folks within the administration that we can help. And when necessary, we call the department and we have those friendly conversations and help those communities to address those issues. And so that does happen, and it's worked.
Thank you, Dr. Pugh. Dr. Pritchett.
Thank you. Throughout my career as an educator and an administrator, and even at the ISD level, the first thing I would say to parents whenever there was a phone call is, you are the best advocate for your child or your children. What can we do to work through this problem? And every district has their, step-by-step process, and sometimes it ends up going to the local Board of Education, and a decision is made one way or the other. Local boards, as has already been noted, and I appreciate the fact, Tom, that you're indicating that we all understand and we value the fact that Michigan is a local control state. Those board members are elected by their local communities. They take very seriously the fact that is who they are accountable to. When they go to the grocery store, when they stop at the gas station, when they go to the Friday night football game in a couple of nights, they're accountable to those individuals. And so I've got a concern about this particular bylaw change, because I quite frankly think we are saying to the local boards, we're going to usurp your local authority. Now, I realize we are all recognizing that the Constitution does not give us any right to, change a decision made by a local board. But just we're going to have a hearing, we're going to investigate, with no authority for that board or that district to even provide any information to us. I'm not saying they wouldn't, I'm just saying there's no authority out there for that to happen. Is it a perfect system? Are parents absolutely satisfied when they take a concern maybe as far as their Board of Education? No. As Pam has indicated, as Cassandra has indicated, even as Tom has indicated, we do get correspondence from parents. My process has been to notify Marilyn and Dr. Rice and indicate we have an issue here. Is there someone at the department that can help them? I used to do the same thing at the ISD level when I'd get a parent from a local district who would call, who would say, I don't know what to do next. I would suggest that they call Michigan Department of Education at that particular department. 9 times out of 10, it was a special education concern. But that's not to say it was always that. Sometimes it was another type of concern. So I can't, at this point, support this bylaw change because I'm a very strong supporter of local control in the state. And I just think it says to those local board members out there who work very, very hard and have had the same tough couple of years that all of us have, in fact, more so, in my opinion, to say to them, you don't, there's always going to be another spot where somebody can go here. And we, as a state board, are going to begin to question your decision-making at this point. I think there's other ways to do that, because I think sometimes maybe something needs to be relooked at or re-examined. I think there's other ways to do that. I think the process we have in place now, in my opinion anyways, is working.
Thank you, Dr. Pritchett. First bites, seeing none, to Dr. Pugh for a second bite. Thank you, Dr. Pritchett. I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon, Ms. Snyder.
Thank you.
My bad.
Thank you.
I get the two
Great
of you
discussion.
confused.
Very good discussion. I would just say hold on as it relates to this idea that this usurps local school boards. And I would circle back around to the central concept that this is for parents and students whom take the conflict to resolve first to their local school boards, because that is what we all value. I don't think anybody at this table is questioning local control. But that because we are humans, conflict is not always resolved at all, or to the satisfaction of a parent or a student, and that student is still not able to engage in education or access academics as a result. So to acknowledge that that's a reality is important, and I think Judy and Pam have both brought examples of how that actually happens in real life, right? She said, hey, as a board member, I've had parents call me and I advise them individually as parents to go back to do this, to do that. You just said you get emails, you send it to Marilyn or Michael. So you guys are both using two different processes, and yet you're still acting as a board member within the concept that you are looked to for that type of service to the public, right? Cassandra had a very long explanation of all the ways in which we're limited, and yet if you read the Constitution, it's very clear. We oversee all of K through 12 education, and yet when we talk about conflict resolution, not one of us has a process that's consistent. And I mean, I'd argue if we feel confident that as board members we can advise individual parents, we should probably have a committee or a process that is more uniform and more just. Again, for parents that are leaving the local space in which conflict was not adequately resolved and that student is still not able to access education or academics, which we know exists. It exists in abundance right now. And I'll just leave the rest of my comments at that.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Pugh, to you.
I just wanted to clarify that I think that Dr. Pritchett and I's, the way that we're going about this is very similar. I said that I always tell parents, give them the recourse to exhaust everything at the local level. And then if there's any additional items, then, I'll send that question on. And I think we do the same thing. And we send it to Dr. Rice, Marilyn, and then they send it on to staff. So I think we're very similar. The other thing that I want to mention is if we get emails from community, and I can tell that it went out as a form letter and all of us got it, I don't usually respond because typically the department responds. If I get something and I'm not sure because it's just my name on there, then I also make sure I'll check in to see if someone is responding. And typically there's just some sort of mechanism where we don't all see that each other were copied on an email. And I know that the department is responding to those. But I saw uniformity in what you were saying, Judy.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Pugh. Mr. McMillan, to you.
Just quickly, and I don't want to belabor the point. I mean, it seems like there's not a whole lot of support, but some things were said that I don't believe are true, that I'm certain aren't true, that we're not deciding whether to uphold or strike down a local decision. I made that very clear that we don't have the authority to do that. I also, as I read this, I was almost sure, but somebody said that the committee could have hearings, and that's not in here anywhere. It says that the state board may decide to hold hearings. It may recommend that the state board hold hearings. So there's no intention to usurp or make any decisions and get around the state board. So I don't think that's an issue. As Nikki said, the state board, or the Constitution, Article 8, Section 3, leadership and general supervision over all public education is vested in the State Board of Education. So I think that this certainly, we have the ability to do this. I understand there may be processes to get the bureaucracy to address things, but this would be a way to hold elected officials, the 8, on this board accountable. Now accountable for at least, if somebody has a complaint, and we'd have to decide whether we're gonna, what to do with it. And again, we can't impose, we can't usurp, we can't strike down or uphold decisions, but we can decide to find facts. A local district may not want to talk to the employee that is assisting the committee. They don't have to, but then that would be duly noted. And so and I'm also open to some changes. I wasn't contacted in this last month, but I mean, if we didn't want the committee to send a report to the governor and legislators and wanted that to be, state board only, I'm certainly open to that, to discussing that. But, as it stands now, I'm certainly supportive of this. Thank you.
When you say we have the ability to do this, given all that you said we didn't have the ability to do, what is the this?
When it's to investigate, to try to help conflict resolution, to try to understand why it costs $200,000 for a FOIA. As they're
unaware of which $200,000
or $100,000. It's been
which $100,000 FOIA you're referring to? Which $100,000 FOIA are you referring to?
There is one, or let's say there is one, but I know if you read Capcom.
We're concerned about a hypothetical FOIA?
No, there's one. If you read Capcom, I mean, I can give you the exact, I think it's $134,000. Would you like me to look up the article? It'll be a quick Google.
I'm not aware of $134,000 FOIAs.
And in my district, there was outrageous ones. I have a sign in my yard from the Carol Beth, who had a huge FOIA that they said, and she, she met a stone wall and is now running for office, and that's fine. But I'm just saying they are out there, and I think we could try to help parents when they hit a stone wall, when there's no transparency, when the resolution is silence, and that they could at least see if we might be able to shed some light and help them out, and that's all I'm saying.
Fair enough. Okay, please. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. McMillan.
Thank you. So a couple things. I wanted to follow up on what Dr. Pugh and Dr. Pritchett said. I, too, follow the same practice that you do. When someone reaches out to me, I reach out to the department, and they are often very helpful in helping to identify someone within the department who can assist that parent in whatever problem that they might be having. I want to get back to the specifics here, because, things sound really good in theory, but then when you put them in practice, they make absolutely no sense. And I think that's what we would find if we were to actually move forward with something like this. It's poorly defined on what a quote-unquote problem could be. And I think, as we know, there are many people who have many different quote-unquote problems in conflicts. And if we have to then become the adjudicator of those problems, we are going to be inundated with a lot of different requests. So my question is, who takes part in the hearings that this committee might be recommending, and whose problems get prioritized? because everyone thinks that their particular issue is going to be the absolute most important issue that we need to hear from this committee or from the State Board of Education. And we are 8 people who are elected to a position. Most of us have full-time jobs outside of this position. We were elected to this position to do a very specific job. If we are now expanding on that job, then we need to understand what the implications of that are and who's going to be left behind. Because someone's going to be left behind. Someone is going to make a complaint, and their complaint is not going to be the first one that's heard. Their complaint might not be heard at all. And so I would be questioning kind of the logistics of how we would even make this happen. And then how do we explain to people that their problem might not be as important to us as someone else's problem, when the reality is we don't have the authority to address any of these particular issues in the manner being prescribed here. So I would just request, number one, I won't be supporting this, but 2, if we were to move forward with something like this, I think a lot of thought needs to be put into place on what this actually looks like. How do you actually perform the work that you're requiring here? Because I have a suspicion that it's not going to be as cut and dry and easy as you might think that it would be to pull something like this together from an elected board that does not essentially get paid to do its job other than $100 per meeting. That would be my request.
Thank you, President
Can I reply to her
Aldrich.
question? She asked me a question.
Okay. I didn't hear it as a direct question,
She
but
said
if
my
you,
question is.
that's
Yeah,
fine. If you want to
okay.
treat the rhetorical question as a legitimate question, go ahead, answer it.
No, I appreciate that Cassandra's, positing that we might have a lot of issues and a lot of problems that parents have. That would be a good reason to have something like this. I guess we're not going to know until we try it, until we go down this path. I certainly don't, we would have to say, potentially, unless, depending on how many employees we have, and, maybe the legislature hearing that there's a lot of folks out there that have interest, maybe they would allocate additional money, or maybe we'd have a superintendent that could find additional money to, to hire employees to look into all the problems, all the concerns. Maybe we'd have to develop a way to evaluate those concerns and prioritize them. Would that be uncomfortable? We could do it transparently, and I guess we don't know if it would be 1 or 1,000 of these. I don't know what kinds they would be. I know that there's some unrest out there, and they feel like they're hitting brick walls. So I would say let's go down the path and see what we find. As long as we're honest and transparent about how we're going to deal with it, I think the public would appreciate that we're at least trying. And we don't have the bandwidth. Personally, we don't get paid. It's basically volunteer, except for, like you said, $100 a meeting. But we could hire employees. I mean, our bylaws already state that the president can appoint numerous committees. So, I mean, conceivably, we could be on 5 or 6 or 10 committees. It may not be what we thought we were signing up for, but it could happen. So, I mean, this is not something, I think it's all within, what can be done. So take this journey with me.
Thank you, Mr. McMillan. Ms. Snyder, then Ms. Lipton.
Yeah, I mean, I think that these are good rhetorical questions, but they also open the door to the gap that really does exist. And, I'll very briefly describe one of the gaps that exists. We have not been able to entertain certain people that come to our board with a particular issue that's very relevant to what we're discussing at the time, but don't seem to have time or the ability to address it. Last month, I tried to talk about Donna Kushner. She's a 30-year veteran child adolescent psychiatrist out of Macomb County, and she had raised issues at her local school level. So this doesn't even have to be parents. This can be staff members or issues within our public education system that need to be addressed. She had issues with the fact that she couldn't get the administrators to take seriously a student that posed a threat to himself and others. Writes us letters, writes us emails. We don't respond to her. They directly relate to Oxford shootings and administrative failings that also relate to school safety, and yet we aren't dedicating the time to put to it. Just one paragraph out of her third follow-up letter to us. She says, I have reviewed a sampling of past board meeting minutes. I do not see any record of the content of public presentations that would make further public presentation at a meeting helpful for information transfer. It is also disappointing to see very little mention during your board meetings of what is being done in the aftermath of the Oxford shootings to improve school safety. The Michigan schools recently received a very large increase in their budgets. Unfortunately, the over $20 billion budget allotment will not fix the systemic problems that are administratively generated. So we don't have a space here in the context of the State Board of Education is a constitutionally elected board that oversees all of K through 12 to address even the most serious of issues. So I still feel like, yes, it is a journey. I agree with you, Tom. That's a very good way to put it. It's a journey we should all be openly willing to take.
Thank you, Ms. Snyder. Ms. Lipton.
This particular amendment suffers from separation of powers issue, regardless of what the Constitution offers in terms of general supervisory powers. The legislature is the only lawmaking body in the state recognized by the Constitution. And as such, anything that would create additional powers in an administrative agency as the department would have to go through the legislature. There are numerous activities that are put forth in this bylaw amendment. It is completely inappropriate to be done through a bylaw amendment. My suggestion would be to lobby the legislature. And something like this, if these types of powers, if the legislature wishes to grant these additional powers to the department, then it is their responsibility as the lawmaking body of the state to do that. But it cannot be done. An administrative agency cannot simply usurp powers for themselves. That action has to be taken by lawmakers, and that's the rule of the legislature.
Thank you, Ms. Lipton. Dr. Pugh.
I would like to call for the vote.
Fair enough, and I think that's a good thing to do. But I would like to say a word or two about this before we get going, because I think that there are a lot of people in 835 school districts across the state, local school districts across the state, 56 ISDs across the state, several institutions that educate children that are neither local nor ISDs, and the department itself that every day problem solve on behalf of 1.4 million public school children and their parents. Every day they are problem solving all day. Tens of thousands of public school employees are problem solving. And the vast majority of problems are in fact resolved. What we hear about are the ones that aren't resolved. Some of those are in fact resolvable with additional effort, and some of them may be completely unresolvable. They may have no resolution whatsoever because you have an individual seeking a resolution which is not consistent with law or reg or local board policy. This is not the way to do additional problem solving. The additional problem solving needs to be done at the local school district level where local school children are educated. State board problem solves, the State Department problem solves on a regular basis, and the LEAs and ISDs across the state regularly work on behalf of students and their parents in problem solving. But there are some things that take more time to resolve, and again, some things that may be unresolvable. This body is not going to be the answer to the resolution of all granular issues of 1.4 million public school children and a couple of 100,000 school staff members across an entire state. Not with 8 state board members, not with no staff determined for it. So it's not simply that it's a good use of our time and resources. You don't have the requisite time to do what LEAs can't do with the staff that LEAs have, and you don't have the requisite resources to do. Moreover, as both Board President Albrecht and Ms. Lipton point out, you don't have the requisite authority to do this. You have a small amount of authority and a larger amount of influence. That's what you have as the State Board of Education. If that's a problem, that's a constitutional problem. Fix it constitutionally. Our Vice President has called for a vote, and without objection, we'll do a roll call vote.
Lipton? No. McMillan?
Yes.
Pritchett?
No.
Hugh?
No.
Snyder?
Yes.
Tilly? Albrecht?
No.
Motion fails.
Next item, thank you, Board. The next item on today's agenda is state and federal legislative update. Mr. Marty Ackley, Director of the Office of Public and Governmental Affairs, will lead the state and federal legislative update, followed by Ms. Lipton and Dr. Pritchett, and finally a vote on Ms. Tilly's resolution. Mr. Ackley.
Thank you, Dr. Rice. The legislature is not in session at the moment. However, there is good news in the fact that Governor Gretchen Whitmer this morning had a bipartisan event down at Lawrence Tech where she signed Senate Bill 842, which is a supplemental bill, and it establishes the Michigan Achievement Scholarship to lower the cost of college by thousands of dollars a year for a vast majority of high school graduates. What it does, it makes it affordable and grows Michigan's talent pool to get the state closer to achieving its 60 by 30 goal, which is also goal 6 of the state's top 10 strategic education plan. Creates a Michigan Achievement Scholarship. Starting with the class of 2023, high school graduates will be eligible for more financial aid from the state, up to $2,750 if they attend a community college per year, $5,500 if they attend a public university per year, and $4,000 if they attend a private college or university per year. It's estimated that students will be eligible if their family demonstrates financial need. When they complete the FAFSA, the Michigan Achievement Scholarship will cover 94% of students attending community colleges, 76% of students attending a public university, and 79% of students attending a private college or university. So that's good news today that the governor signed that supplemental bill to make college more affordable and get us closer to meeting goal 6 of Michigan's top 10 strategic education plan. I did reach out based on Dr. Pugh's question this morning. I reached out to our legislative liaison, Dr. Cheryl Kennedy, on the question about Senator Shirkey's commitment to have hearings on gun legislation. And what she said, there are no updates or proposals on any hearings. She did talk to Senator Baer, who represents the Oxford community. She shared that Senator Shirkey has promised a hearing many times publicly and even had a meeting with some Oxford families. He told them he would have a hearing after the election, but there was nothing on the calendar currently. And that Senator Baer asks him, Senator Shirkey, about it monthly. So I think that would be a good segue into the State Board's Legislative Committee meeting, which was held October 4th, and I will respectfully hand it over to Ms. Lipton.
Thank you, Mr. Ackley. Ms. Lipton.
Thank you, yes. Our Legislative Committee met on October the 4th, and we discussed a resolution that was to our committee by Board Member Tilly. We had a robust discussion on it, and we recommended that draft resolution that we discussed have some revisions, and it went back to Board Member Tilly for further revisions based on our discussion. And I'm pleased to say that we have before the full board a resolution that we discussed, and very very thankful and appreciative of all of the work that went into this by everyone. So that was what we discussed, and we now brought it before the board.
Thank you, Chairwoman Lipton. We appreciate that. Dr. Pritchett, to you for all things NASB.
Dr. Pugh is going to make a motion, I believe.
Yes. Are we going to discuss the gun?
We are. That's going to be the fourth in this series.
Okay.
So this is the third.
We're in NASB.
We've got 3A, B, C, and
Okay,
D
gotcha.
under NASB, and then we're
Gotcha.
heading over
Okay, got
to,
it.
yep.
Okay. So I would like to make a motion to nominate Dr. Judy Pritchett as the voting delegate and Tiffany Tilley as the alternate voting delegate. And this is for the Michigan State Board of Education at the annual business meeting for National Association of State Boards of Education. And this will be held on Saturday, October 29th, 2022. So this is a motion to nominate Judy as the voting delegate and Tiffany as the alternate voting delegate for the NASB business meeting coming up at the end of this month.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Support.
We have a second by President Albridge. Any discussion here? Yes.
What kind of items can be voted on?
I sent you the packet.
What's an example of?
Yeah. The two things that are going to be voted on at the business meeting are proposed bylaw changes for NASB, which deals with how they nominate some individuals.
Okay.
And the second thing that will be voted on is pre-K-12 educator and leader effectiveness, which are public education positions. Those are positions that NASB takes that boards across the country can look at, decide whether they like them or not, borrow from them.
And you have what they're proposing in, have they already decided what they're proposing?
Yes, I sent that to you about 2.5, 3 weeks ago via email. That packet, yeah.
And then Judy, this won't include the board members, the NASB board members as well?
Those are separate motions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So we have a motion. We have a second. We're in the midst of discussion. Any other discussion? Hearing none. Mertz, if we could have a roll call vote, please.
Lipton?
Yes.
McMillan?
Yes.
Pritchett?
Yes.
Pugh?
Yes.
Snyder?
Yes.
Tilly?
Yes.
Albridge?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. May I please have a motion to direct Michigan's voting delegate to vote for Sarah Moore for the position of chair-elect to the NASB Board of Directors?
So
Dr.
moved.
Pritchett moves it. Do we have a second? We have a second from Dr. Pugh. Any discussion?
What does she believe? What does she stand for?
Dr. Pritchett?
Sarah Moore is running for the position of chair of the NASB board. She is the only one running. And again, she had her bio in the information that I sent you. I think she's been on the board. Pam's also on the board, so she may know Sarah. Has been on the board for a couple of years and is being nominated for chair. And so I bring it to this body to see how you want us to vote, either Tiffany or myself.
We have a motion. We have a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none. If we could have a roll call vote, please, Mertz.
Lipton?
Yes.
McMillan?
Pass.
Pritchett?
Yes.
Pugh?
Yes.
Snyder?
Yes.
Tilly?
Yes.
Albridge?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, very good. May I please have a motion to direct Michigan's voting delegate to vote for Tiffany Tilley for the position of Central Area Director to the NASB Board of Directors?
So moved.
So we have a motion from Dr. Pritchett. Do we have a second? A second from Ms. Lipton. Any discussion?
I thought we did this already, but okay. I'm good with doing
We
it twice.
voted to nominate her.
That's
Now
true.
we're voting
Okay, all right,
to
I got it. Okay, I'm good.
I would just say, no offense to Ms. Tilley, but I probably disagree with some of your policies. I wouldn't have, so I mean, I am only passing because, yeah, I mean, I just would like to have somebody who would be more supportive of my policies. And
Very good. And just to note that a pass is an abstention, is recorded as an abstention. Right. Very good. Okay. Any other discussion? Hearing none, if we could have a roll call vote, please, Mertz.
Lipton,
Yes.
McMillan,
Pass.
Pritchett,
Yes.
Pugh,
Yes.
Snyder,
Yes.
Tilly,
Yes.
Albridge.
Yes.
Motion carries.
May I please have a motion to direct Michigan's voting delegate to approve the proposed bylaw changes and proposed public education position changes at the NASB general meeting?
So moved.
Dr. Pritchett moves it. Do we have a second?
Support.
We have support from Vice President Pugh. Any discussion?
Just to be clear, Dr. Pritchett, you are recommending these that we
Yes.
support. Thank you.
Yes.
Any other discussion? Going once, twice, thrice. Mertz, if we could have a roll call vote.
Lipton,
Yes.
McMillan,
Yes.
Pritchett,
Yes.
Pugh,
Yes.
Snyder,
Yes.
Tilly, Albridge.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Board, thank you. Board, we are at the point of consideration of Ms. Tilley's resolution. Pardon me, from this morning. Ms. Tilley, would you like to move the resolution?
Yes, I would like to move that we vote on the safe school environments resolution.
Very good. And Ms. Lipton, would you like to second that? She seconds the motion. Excuse me. We read it into the record in the morning. Do you feel as if there is a need to read it into the record again, or would a summary be sufficient? And if so, would you be comfortable summarizing?
I can summarize.
Okay.
So the resolution is, speaking to the fact that we need to ensure that all schools in Michigan are a safe environment. We are looking at the fact that we had the Oxford High School shooting on mass shooting on November 30th, 2021. That was very tragic for that school, that community, those families. And we want to make sure that there are stronger gun laws in the state of Michigan that protect our students, make it safer for that population. And we also spoke to, or the resolution also speaks to the fact that Governor Whitmer increased state funding for student mental health services by $245 million, and for school safety by $210 million.
Okay, fair enough. And just for those who weren't listening in the morning, the resolution appreciates both the governor and the state legislature for a $245 million increase in investment in children's mental health, a $210 million increase in school safety. Notes that it is the responsibility of local and intermediate school districts to assure that all children feel safe and supported in schools, and encourages the state legislature to pass common sense gun reform in the 8 areas to which Bernie Porn referred this late morning into the early afternoon as being common areas of agreement between or among Republicans, Democrats, and independents. So we've got a motion, we've got a second. Is there any discussion? Would you like to say anything more to your resolution?
No.
Okay. Mr. McMillan.
I have a series of amendments.
Okay.
I can make it one amendment, but they are, so I would move the amendments in yellow to the attached.
Thank you.
One more.
Oh, I forgot.
Can we perhaps just take a moment to read this? because it's relatively extensive. So
Sure.
just give us a moment to read
Okay.
it silently,
Sure.
and then you can speak to it. Okay, gentle people, Mr. McMillan, to you.
I think there's support for the amendment.
Yes, there is support for the
Okay,
amendment.
fair enough.
And this is all just
yeah.
one amendment, not a series of 10 amendments or whatever.
Okay. Good.
So I'll just read it and quickly, I'm not going to embellish, I'll quickly say what's the reason behind it, and then we can move on. Requiring background checks on all gun sales, including sales at gun shows and other private sales, is what's in the resolution. I have a comma, as long as there is 100% assurance that those getting a background check won't end up on a government list, such as is often used by authoritarian governments to round up firearms of law-abiding citizens before imposing their authoritarian ways and removing fundamental basic rights of the people. And this is one of the concerns of people wanting, or concerns about background checks. Currently, I think there's only a very small number that don't get background checks. It's the gun show loophole, I believe. But there's always a concern, like what happened in Nazi Germany and others, where they get the lists from the people of gun registries and they go and round them up before they take away or harm their citizens. So people don't want to end up on a list, and that's the impetus for that. I don't know how we can make sure there's 100% assurance, but I think that that's important. The next one is enacting a child. The resolution says enacting a child access prevention law that would hold gun owners accountable for the safe storage of firearms. And I have a comma, as long as safe storage, in quotes, can be determined by each individual, and as long as checking the storage of firearms never becomes a pretext for government employees with guns coming into homes. And I just want this to, safe storage, it's not defined. We've seen, people on the kind of the radical left use ways to make, like they're trying to make it so that gun manufacturers can't do banking or things like that. And so if they come across and they say storage means you got to buy a $500 safe, that's one way to make sure that nobody can have firearms. And so certainly, people store them safely, but who's going to determine that safe storage? Maybe there's a way to come up with that, but, I just am uncomfortable saying that it's just safe storage and the government's going to determine that and continually change that potentially. The next is the resolution says preventing sales of all firearms to people who have been reported to law enforcement as dangerous to themselves or others. I added severe punishment should be included for any false reporting, because we've seen with like swatting and other things, people can just not like somebody. I've been told that I'm killing their children at this board table, that certainly sounds like a reason to maybe say that they're a danger and shouldn't have guns. So, you know, it seems to me that there needs to be some kind of context so that at least people who do it maliciously or do it in lying and then cause all kind of problems, there should be some kind of punishment. The resolution says requiring a waiting period of at least 3 days after a gun purchase before a gun can be taken home. I have comma, unless waiting 3 days may result in an individual not being able to defend themselves properly. There are instances that have already been reported where somebody had to wait, and while they waited, they were harmed or their family was harmed. And so 3-day waiting periods can result in harm. I don't know how. I just think that somehow that has to be avoided. The next one, the resolution says requiring a person to be age 21 instead of 18 to be able to purchase an assault-style weapon. I have comma, as long as the federal government will not use assault-style weapons against its peaceful citizens. Seems like a low bar. Next issue that is in here, requiring a person to be 21 instead of 18 to be able to purchase any firearm. I have comma, unless the 18 to 20-year-old holds a CPL, a concealed pistol license, or passes a gun hunters or gun safety course, or is a member of the armed forces. And I brought up the idea that you could have a 20-year-old who's in the armed forces, and now this is saying that they can't even purchase a firearm. I think that that's just very common sense, that they should certainly be able to, and people who have been trained. Going further back, there's a whereas that Nikki would like to speak to, whereas there has been a demonstrated pattern of school leadership that does not act in an immediate nature when there is a behavioral threat to a student themselves or others, with or without the advice of school counselors. And then in the therefore be it resolved, after it says, now therefore be it resolved that the State Board of Education expresses appreciation to Governor Gretchen Whitmer and the state legislature for greater investments in student mental health services. I have a comma, including giving parents the ability to decide whether those services should be from a government employee or professionals in private practice. Like, that specifically goes to the idea that it might be best, and actually parents may significantly prefer to have some kind of a voucher so that they can decide who is going to be the person counseling or giving therapy to their student or to their child, instead of somebody at school that may or may not be qualified or may not hold the values that the parent does. And then it says and school safety. And I have comma, including giving school districts the option to arm teachers who volunteer and where it is deemed appropriate. And obviously, we talked about that earlier in the meeting, that school safety can, I'm asking an amendment that would include teachers who volunteer and where the district has done enough whatever background checks and decided that they are somebody that they would like to have carry. Another section here, another be it further resolved, I think Nikki is going to speak to this, be it further resolved, the State Board of Education urges parents and students and teachers and school staff that believe a student or staff member is a threat to engage in mass violence, immediately dial 911 and notify law enforcement. And then in a be it further resolved, that's already in the resolution, it says be it further resolved that local and intermediate school districts should use these resources to assure that every student feels safe, supported, accepted, and protected in school. And my addition in bold is, and never deceive parents in matters related to their children. And then finally, the final change in this one amendment that Nikki would like to speak to, be it further resolved that the State Board of Education encourages school districts to work with local retired military and law enforcement for ways to provide additional safety in their schools.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have a motion, a second. We've begun discussion of the collective amendment. All these are one single amendment. We appreciate that. Ms. Snyder, would you like to additionally speak to?
Yeah, I'll speak to a few of these paragraphs here. I would have liked the resolution to be more specifically oriented to mass violence threats in schools, because I think that's really the purview that we have here in just as in the last discussion, we're kind of poking around at where our boundaries are. I think that would be it as it relates to the Oxford shooting. There was gross negligence in terms of making the accurate threat assessment that was necessary to save lives. And I think that this resolution speaks a lot to the handling of guns, which is a very serious matter, but also the handling of information is a very serious matter. And so when we look back and we process and we debrief what happened in Oxford, the handling of information has to be something that we consider significantly, which I tried to bring a resolution last month in relationship to that, so I plucked some of those, that verbiage out of there. Just recently talked about this veteran child adolescent psychiatrist. Same thing happened in Oakland County. She was let go. She's no longer contracted because administrators didn't want to deal with the information that she had to provide them. And we know numerous accounts, whether it's mass violence threats or it's just violence in general. We have superintendents in this state that have hired principals who have a history of sexual assault, who then went on to sexually assault members of their community. So how we handle information is extremely important, and we shouldn't need red flag laws to understand that as leaders, when we get information that's extremely important as it relates to the protection of our students and ourselves and others, we have to handle it in a timely manner. So to put forth a resolution that does not address the timely and effective handling of information in understanding saving lives, it's not, it would be negligent for us to advise on any level if we don't consider that. And then further, one of the things that I think is even more brought to light is who is the most qualified to do a threat assessment, such as mass violence threat assessment. I think it's law enforcement. We saw in Oxford, Sheriff Bouchard said we were not contacted. The SRO was not engaged. It was not involved. As it relates to, threats of mass violence, law enforcement must be notified immediately. I would argue that is one of the most important things that people understand, that an investigation by those who are most qualified in carrying out mass threats of violence investigations do so. And then Tom did, this last paragraph about engaging local retired military and law enforcement. I do think that's an important thing. He mentioned a very valid point. You don't want our schools to start to look like prisons or feel like prisons, and that's totally fair. You wonder if there's ways to implement such security measures that don't pose that concept, and I'm sure that could be discussed and explored. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Snyder. Anyone else? Ms. Tilley, would you like to speak additionally to this particular amendment?
I wish that changes would have gotten in sooner. I do appreciate the willingness to do a nonpartisan initiative on this resolution. There are some changes. I would not agree to the whole motion of everything in yellow being changed, but there are some things that I would agree with being changed and maybe tweaked a little.
Okay. So we have, just for, from the perspective of process, so we have a base motion in front of us. We have an amendment to the base or main motion in front of us. The charge of the board at the moment is the amendment. It's an amendment with, if I recall correctly, 11 parts to it. That's what we're voting on now. It's the amendment to the main resolution. And once the amendment is voted up or down, then the main resolution is voted up or down. So any other thoughts on the amendment, the 11-part amendment that is before you, Board? Dr. Pugh.
I agree, it's a lot. I mean, I would love to hear more about, well, I would love to be able to read more about the background checks unless someone else has some insight there, as it relates to how a background check might end up with someone ending up in the criminal justice system. But at the same time, when we say 100% assurance, that, I mean, there may be times when, and we say government lists, I mean, but there may need to be some government authority that's called. But at the same time, I would want to see how that works. The other part that is intriguing to me is around the reporting, making sure that things are being reported. But I would love to hear, like, how is that happening in schools already? And I don't know. Yeah. So, I mean, I think we have the AG some time ago put something in place for reporting, and I don't know how that's being used. Yeah. So those are two that I would love to hear more about if anyone else has some input on how that works now.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Pugh. I do not have input on that particular point. Ms. Lipton.
Yes, I would just like to thank Board Member Chili again for bringing this issue to the Legislative Committee. We had a wonderful discussion. We had the chance to discuss how it was fashioned. I would note that 3 members of this body here today 4 members came to the Legislative Committee hearing. Dr. Judith Pritchett was at the hearing. Dr. Albrecht also came to the meeting. And Board Member Snyder was also at the meeting. And I will note, as memory serves me, did not have any comments or additions or discussion in the hour that we met. So again, as chair of the Legislative Committee, I welcome people to bring ideas. I certainly cannot force the issue, but members of this body should know that ideas are always welcome to be discussed, and I certainly think it makes for a better process. And again, to thank Board Member Tilley for bringing this important issue and giving the Legislative Committee and all those who wish to participate the opportunity to bring before an unamended resolution for consideration.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lipton. Just, are there any other board members who care to share? Okay, just a note that, and I appreciate that this was actually raised by Marty, that these amendments are in some cases connected to the bullets under which they nest, but in other cases not connected to them. And one way or the other, they were not tested by EPIC MRA. What was tested by EPIC MRA is what you see in the resolution. And the premise behind their inclusion in the resolution is these are elements that were tested and have broad support. R support, I support, D support. To amend them is to take it away from the survey, to disconnect from the survey, and to disconnect from the premise, which is the broad support.
Can I speak to that? Because you make a good point, but the only problem with that is that one of the be it further resolved, the last one in the resolution, urges the state legislature to pass safer gun laws to include the 8 aforementioned common sense measures. So that's why I don't typically amend whereases, because they're not the meat of the issue. They're not but because the resolved references those 8, we are advocating for legislation over and above just what was tested, but I mean, actual legislation. So that's why I felt that these amendments were appropriate. I mean,
as I see the third therefore be it resolved, the finally therefore be it resolved, even though it's labeled a second further, it really focuses on the 8. There were 13 elements tested in the survey. 8 of them had broad support. They had Republican, Independent, and Democrat support. And those 8 elements are listed in Ms. Tilley's resolution, and they are listed as they were tested. So it's not sort of after the fact airbrushing of the survey questions. It's rather what the survey questions were and what the survey was testing. And nothing stops you from doing a resolution completely disconnected from the survey, but it does prompt the question of the logic of surveying your citizenry if you're not interested in what your citizenry have to say.
I wanted to speak to the point of, it says including giving parents the ability to decide whether those services should be from a government employee or professionals in private practice. From my understanding, the social workers and the counselors cannot give a diagnosis to the students. The parents can always take their students to an outside entity. That is, never opposed. But I think that it's important to have services available where counselors and social workers are at the school when things are going on, and they can put their eye on something and identify some things and, bring it to the parents' attention. And that way they can go get outside further counseling in case they didn't know. I'm not opposed at all to the point there. Well, I would say this one I wouldn't mind, but it needs to be a little tweaked. Where it says, whereas there has been a demonstrated pattern of school leadership that does not act in an immediate nature when there is a behavioral threat to a student themselves or others with or without the advice of school counselors. There are some schools that do have patterns. I don't want to say, it's very broad. I don't want to just attack schools or anything, but there are some schools that have had patterns of school bullying that has not been appropriately addressed.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Tilley. Ms. Snyder.
And I would just circle back around to, again, what I take from this resolution is it's on safe school environments within the context of mass violence, which is what we see in the very first whereas of the resolution. Again, what is the first and foremost thing that schools can do in the face of that? And then we start talking about gun control, which is a huge topic. And even if we take the EPIC MRA survey, again, I guess that was the discussion Tom and I tried to have this morning, was it's not within the context of what we're trying to apply it to, but had those questions been posed to our citizens within that context, which is what we're trying to speak to within the resolution, you might have found some of this teased out as a result. And again, you just can't do without the concept of the safe handling of information. Anytime someone threatens mass violence against students or staff, I really think it needs to be immediately reported. I think that's one of the most important things we can communicate in this resolution.
So, thank you, Ms. Snyder. Ms. Tilley.
And I do want to just clarify that. Sorry, it's hard having the mask on, sometimes breathing. I do want to clarify that it's not just about one thing. So it's not just about mass shootings. That is the catalyst that brought this resolution to the forefront. And we did definitely want to acknowledge Oxford High School and what took place. But we wanted to address gun safety overall and mental health and how that plays a part. And then also, of course, the piece on gun safety. So we wanted to do multiple things with the resolution. That was the vein. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tilley. Dr. Pugh.
So let me start by saying I definitely appreciate this language, and I definitely appreciate that we are moving forward on something. There are a couple of concerns that I have. Some of them I think I can fit within the conversation that is here, and what Tiffany just said and what Nikki has said. I was looking up some data, and I got this late yesterday when I was able to read it. And so it was late last night when I was looking up data, and I'm thinking about Oxford, and that tragedy never should have happened. And I'm thinking about the 4 students and the teachers that were injured and the 6 other students, and the fact that we have a senator that hasn't moved on bills that on a hearing that he said that he was going to move on and has not made that promise. I'm also thinking about friends who are educators, and specifically in our urban areas, who have been faced with gun violence. And I was looking up some statistics, and Michigan has one of the highest rates of gun homicides of Black people. I'm looking at Black youth account for 38% of all gun homicide fatalities in 2020, even though they represent only 2% of the total population. Black people in urban Michigan counties was 57 per every 100,000 people, 33 times higher than that of gun homicides of young white people in the same counties. And then that's for other BIPOC youth, but that was for African Americans. And I'm thinking about friends who are educators who have suffered from trauma of losing students. And I'm just wondering, how do we infuse that if we are looking at something bigger than guns in schools? Then the other piece that I want to look at is just gun safety overall, because whether we're looking at Oxford, and I've unfortunately, one of my worst experiences that I've had was having to sit with one of my closest friends, and she described what her son looked like when she had to come to Michigan to bury him. They all lived in Atlanta. He came home, he came back to Michigan with family to visit. And while he was sitting, another kid just walked up, going to show him a gun that he found in the house. And, I won't express to you what I had to hear, but half the side of his face was gone. And, gun safety at home is a big piece of what we're talking about here, and that should be reflected. The other thing is that when I first started looking at the gun safety laws, as I was talking to people from different backgrounds, and that's why one of the pieces that Tom has put here, I want to hear more about that and learn more about that. But one of the thoughts was that we don't want this to be a place where African Americans or people of color are more likely to end up in the criminal justice system around gun ownership. And this was brought to me, and I don't have all of the answers there. That it was just one of the concerns that someone brought to me, that we want to make sure that with all of these gun safety laws that were in the background checks, that we're making sure that we're doing what it is that we intend to do. But at the same time, it doesn't end up doing the reverse of what we wanted to do. So those are just some concerns that I have. I didn't know Tom was going to put this on here. And like I said, there's a couple of things that I would want to research. But then I think like maybe some of the fixes around making sure that we express how pervasive gun violence is, for African Americans for a long time, youth, it has been the greatest cause of death, the number one cause of death. But just in, what was it, 2020, firearm-related injuries surpassed motor vehicle crashes to become the leading cause of death among people ages 1 to 19 years. And I just want to make sure that that's reflected. And I think that that also lends to the solutions that people at Oxford High School are looking for as well. So those are just some of my thoughts. I'm willing to work through those things. Some of the data that's here, I don't have the wherewithal to check it right now, but would like to look into a few items.
And we're talking about on the main or base resolution or on the amendments?
Because we brought up, Nikki and Tiffany both brought up this issue around this first paragraph, the first whereas, and Nikki said this is a resolution that's pertaining to schools, and Tiffany, the author, said no, it's a bigger, we're talking about gun safety in general, then I think it speaks to both.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Fair enough. Okay. So we have a base motion and an amendment to the base motion. It is an 11-part amendment to the base motion. What is on the table is the 11-part amendment to the main motion. So this is a vote on Mr. McMillan's 11-part amendment. If we could have a roll call vote, please, Mertz.
Lipton?
No.
McMillan?
Yes.
Pritchett?
No.
Pugh?
No.
Snyder?
Yes.
Tilly?
No.
Aldrich?
No.
Motion fails.
Okay. And this is now a vote on the base resolution.
We have discussion?
We can go back to discussion of the base resolution, you bet. Yep.
I would just say that it sounded like there were some items that members were open to. There's been a no vote on all of them. Feel free to plagiarize all you want if you'd like to borrow some of the other ones. That's all I'd like to say.
Okay, fair enough. Please, Ms. Snyder.
Or table it.
Okay, very good. Any other comments or reflections from state board members? Hearing and seeing.
Well, hold
please.
on. Okay, if we're going to actually vote on it and no amendments, I would like to say that, without some of these very common sense amendments, including like definitions, the idea that somebody could be in the armed forces and be 20 and not be able to purchase a firearm, and we're saying that that's what the legislature should approve, saying that, and many of the other items that I brought up, I don't feel like I could support this resolution because of that.
Fair enough. Thank you. Anything more for the good of the group before we do Dr. Pugh?
Yeah, I brought up some issues, and I just want to make sure, and I don't have any language right now, but I would be open to additional language to the first paragraph to make sure that we're talking about the fact, some of these statistics that were highlighted. I just want to make sure that the board is signaling that, or showing that, we're thinking about the broader issue of gun safety that has been going on in some communities for a long time. Because, African American communities, I'm seeing since 2015, this has been the leading cause of death. And then, and now it is the leading cause of death for all children 1 to 19 years old. So I just want to make sure that we express that. That's something that comes up, and we shouldn't be competing, for whether it's Oxford or whether it's this community. But I just want to make sure that all communities know that we're concerned about their safety as it relates to gun safety. And as Tiffany mentioned, that's what this is about. And then, like I said, some of the gun, if we're talking about safety, some of this is going to be around And I just see that gun. I would be good with enacting a child access prevention law that will hold gun owners accountable for safe storage of firearms. So that's good there. So I think the whereas clause, if we could add something there, and
The whereas clause is, as Ms. Tilley pointed out, simply an introduction. That's all it is. It simply notes that we had a major event, a major tragedy in our state in late November of last year. But every other paragraph is non-Oxford specific. It's much broader than Oxford.
I understand. I get that. I mean, even in talking to some of the students on Parkland, some of the students there, and I really liked the way that they teamed up with children in Chicago because they wanted to make it known that this is something that we probably should have dealt with before, because then we wouldn't have to deal with Parkland and Oxford. So I don't want the state board or the department to not look as if we're thinking about all children, because it definitely shouldn't have happened in Oxford. But, like so many things, I think if we were looking at some of the other, groups that this happened in first, that we could, prevention is what I'm talking about. So just something very simple there. And as I mentioned, some of these others, I don't know how we would address those.
Ms. Snyder, to you, and then Ms. Tilley and Ms. Lipton.
I'm going to make a motion to table it and to refer it back to the legislative committee. I don't think this resolution is ready.
Okay.
I think it needs more.
We have a motion to table. Do we have a second? Hearing none, motion to table fails for lack of a second. Ms. Tilley, to you.
Can I make a friendly amendment?
A friendly amendment to your own resolution?
Yes, because I wanted to.
Please.
I do like I said, the spirit of the nonpartisanship.
Okay.
Whereas there has been a demonstrated pattern at some.
Where are we?
I'm amending an amendment on the second page, the first yellow, the first highlighted paragraph.
Okay.
Whereas there has been a demonstrated pattern at some schools that leadership has not always acted in an immediate nature when there is a behavioral threat to a student, themselves, or others, with or without the advice of school counselors.
Okay. Do you want to repeat that?
Whereas there has been a demonstrated pattern at some schools that leadership has not always acted in an immediate nature when there is a behavioral threat to a student, themselves, or others, with or without the advice of school counselors.
Did you get that? Because I didn't.
I did.
Can you reread it?
Yep. Whereas there has been a demonstrated pattern at some schools that leadership has not always acted in an immediate nature when there is a behavioral threat to a student themselves or others, with or without the advice of school counselors.
Okay. Very good. So you are offering that as a friendly amendment to your resolution?
Yes.
Very good. We have an amendment proposed. Do we have a second?
I'll second that
I think
amendment.
she can just.
We have a second. Do we have any discussion?
And I like this part. I'm just wondering if we can flip it and make it strength. If it can be something more like there is a need for the immediate action, the immediate something for immediate.
Whereas there is a need at some schools.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's really all schools. I mean, we don't have to single out, but just some way where the schools are having to deal with so much. I'm just trying to think of how do we make sure that we're saying that we act in an immediate nature when there is a behavioral threat to students themselves or others, without the advice of school counselors, if that's what we're trying to say. But just rewording it.
Whereas there is a need to act in an immediate nature.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas there is a need to act in an immediate nature, and then continue with the rest to the semicolon.
Yes.
Your thoughts on that friendly amendment to the friendly amendment?
Can you read it, please?
Where there is a need to act in an immediate nature. Oh, yeah, whereas there is a need to act in an immediate nature when there is a behavioral threat to a student themselves or others with or without the advice of school counselors. And I guess I'm not talking to a school counselor, so I don't, you would have better insight on whether.
I think that it takes away from the point.
Okay.
But if we can maybe add that there is, and but there has been a pattern at some schools. I can agree with that.
Okay. Then we can leave it as the way that you wanted to have it. I was thinking that we wanted, instead of calling out schools, if we were not
I didn't
aware.
want to just put
Okay.
schools.
Okay.
But
Okay.
But that's what this is doing.
Initially, I mean, just saying schools overall, but saying at some schools to me is saying that, yeah, there's a problem at some schools, not
It has
every
the same
school.
bottom. If you want it, you can have it. Ms. Lipton, to you.
I would just like to reiterate again my appreciation for board members for bringing it to the legislative committee. I think that the legislative committee had a robust discussion. I think that the initial unamended resolution tells the story that interfaces very well with the earlier statement that we heard regarding the EPIC MRA results, and just to keep in mind that resolutions are broad statements of just sort of influence. I think that wordsmithing and getting to specific language through the course of the legislative committee and further iterations is very, very good. But I also would encourage people to look at the general spirit of the entire resolution and keep in mind that that is really the intent of the resolution, to not get into the specific. We're not writing a statute. This is a broad statement of intent, and it should be written and, in my humble opinion, reviewed and voted on as such.
Well, thank you, Ms. Lipton. The other thing that the board needs to take into account is it's October. By your next board meeting, you will be 15 days from the anniversary of Oxford. You will be in the lame duck session. And for all intents and purposes, the survey in your resolution will have become increasingly moot. So you're going to do something or you're not. You're going to have an impact now or you're not. Dr. Pugh, to you.
First, I want to make sure everyone, during the day, sometimes if I don't get an opportunity to give input on meetings, it's hard for me to get out of work, so I don't get to make it to all of the meetings. I am very happy that we are moving on something. I think it was in June before we broke. I asked that we bring up this conversation around guns, so I'm really happy that Tiffany moved on this and that we have brought something forward. So I don't want to, I don't want it to come off that way. But and definitely don't want anyone to think that I'm downplaying what happened in Oxford. What I also don't want to do, because these are conversations that I hear around communities who face gun violence and children, youth dying at beyond unnecessary rates due to gun violence. I just want to make sure that they don't feel as if they're forgotten. So just something simple to be added to that. Some of these other issues, I'll have to deal with them in some other way, but those have been things that have been brought to me that I brought up earlier, as far as making sure that when we look at these laws, we look at them from a holistic viewpoint. But at the same time, if we could just add something to the top that talks about the rates of death, and especially in some communities. And I could add something if you all are open to that. And if not, of course, you can move on the vote.
While she's doing that, if you want to do that, can I make a friendly amendment to my friendly amendment?
The maker doesn't have to ask. You just say, I'm amending my motion.
Okay, thank you. I'm amending my motion. Whereas there has been a demonstrated pattern at some schools that leadership has not always acted in an immediate nature when there is a behavioral threat to a student themselves or others, with or without the advice of school counselors. It is imperative, next sentence, it is imperative that all threats are taken seriously.
I guess the seconder has to agree. I'm sorry. I gave you wrong advice.
Well, you shouldn't be giving advice.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, but it's fine. Does the seconder agree?
I'm the seconder.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Do you?
You're listening over here, and I'm going, what's happening?
I'm just listening in general.
I'm not sure who the seconder is.
Yes.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, I did. I seconded it.
Yes.
To her motion, to her.
To friendly amendment.
Oh, no, but to the base motion, the seconder to the base motion. Because this is a friendly amendment. The seconder to the base motion has to agree.
Seconder to the base motion is Ms. Lipton.
Yeah.
Okay, do you agree with the addition of the sentence to the new whereas it is imperative that?
All threats are taken seriously. I didn't want to be redundant with the immediate nature.
I would just. You're asking if I'm okay with it?
That's, yeah.
That all immediate threats should be taken seriously? Okay.
Praise the Lord. Okay. So we have a new base resolution. Hearing no further discussion, Mertz, if we could have a roll call vote, please.
Just to be clear, we're not voting on, we're voting on the whole thing, right?
We're voting on the whole thing. Yep.
The whole thing as in
The amendment.
this.
Voted on the amendment.
Well, with the friendly amendment. The original.
If you have an amendment to offer, let's offer it.
Yeah, I was just waiting. Yeah. You kind of like skipped over me. So I thought Tiffany said, let's go with that.
I think you had several opportunities, but if you have a specific amendment, I'm listening.
Tiffany asked me and you skipped, but I'm good.
I'm listening.
So thank you. I see, and this is the statistics that I'm seeing, and there are some specific numbers here, again, that Black people in urban Michigan counties 33 times more higher than gun homicides of young white people. But what I would say is I would use national numbers, and this is that Black youth are 4 times more likely to be killed with guns than other white peers. Hispanic and indigenous people are more than twice as likely to die by gun violence than white peers. I'm trying to make sure that these are young people. And I apologize. It's kind of hard to do this on the fly.
I agree.
Yeah. So, I mean, if we want to say youth, and if we're talking about all youth, the data here really talks about Black people in urban community or children 33 times more higher than to die of gun homicide of young white people living in the same counties. And again, if we want to broaden it to other BIPOC communities, then we would have to use national rates.
You can leave if you need to. Make sure you report the hours. Thank you. I don't want you to get shorted. Thank you for your tenacity.
Okay, so whereas in 2020, firearm-related injuries surpassed motor vehicle crashes to become the leading cause of death among people ages 1 to 19 years in the U.S. Whereas Black youth were 4 times more likely to be killed with guns than their white peers, and Hispanic and indigenous youth are more than twice as likely to die by gun violence than their white peers. And then that would be the two, and then we can put that after the Oxford.
Could you read those again? You can decide if they are going to be treated as a friendly amendment or a voted on amendment. Please.
Whereas in 2020, firearm-related injuries surpassed motor vehicle crashes to become the leading cause of death among people ages 1 to 19 years in the United States, and Black youth were 4 times more likely to be killed with guns than their white peers, and Hispanic and indigenous people more than 2 times as likely to die of gun violence.
Okay. So those are the proposed 2 whereases. It is her base resolution. Are you comfortable with that as a friendly amendment to it?
Can we do an independent vote?
I'm sorry?
Can we do an independent vote?
We can. If you are not comfortable with it as a friendly amendment, we absolutely can do it as an independent vote. That's fine. So we have a motion from Dr. Pugh. Do we have a second for this amendment?
Support.
We have support from Mr. McMillan. Do we have any further discussion associated therewith? Hearing none, if we could do a vote on Dr. Pugh's amendment to the base resolution. Mert, please. I'm sorry, did you have discussion?
Just one question. You're recommending that be 2 new whereases, 1 new whereas after 6 other students, semicolon, and then a whereas.
I heard
Inserted
two new
there.
whereas.
No, it's one, it could be one. That could
That's
be-
fine. All right,
Be
all
treated
good.
as one.
Okay, very
Okay.
good. But
Thank
nonetheless, inserted after the first whereas.
Okay.
Great. Any other questions? Did you have another question? Okay, any other questions? It is a vote on the amendment.
Lipton,
Yes.
McMillan?
Yes.
Pritchett?
Yes.
Pugh?
Yes.
Snyder?
Yes.
Tilly?
Yes.
Albridge?
Yes.
Motion passes.
So now we are back to the base resolution. Hearing and seeing no other discussion, if we could have a roll call vote, please.
Lipton,
Yes.
McMillan?
No.
Pritchett?
Yes.
Pugh?
Yes.
Snyder?
No.
Tilly?
Yes.
Albridge?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Very good. Board, we are
Comments.
at 5:31, and we are at board member comments. Mr. McMillan.
Quickly, it was not only a possibility about the FOIA. Capital Confidential, March 21, 2022, Forest Hills Public School District wanted $409,899 for a FOIA regarding CRT. And then after Ms. Lipton mentioned 4 members, it just occurred to me, and I hope we're not violating something, but we might be, that we have a quorum meeting in committee now. Since we're only 7, when a committee of 4 meets, it's actually a quorum. And I'm trying to do some quick Google searching to find out if that's allowed or not. All I can see is that it might have to be noticed as a board meeting as opposed to a committee meeting, but I'm not sure of that. I just found one.
We'd be happy to confirm that what we're doing is all
There's
right.
one fewer member on the committee.
What's that?
There's one fewer member on the committee because Mr. Strayhorn.
Oh,
is
but
on
then,
the
okay,
committee.
but then the other committee has 4 members.
Yeah,
The agenda committee. Yeah, that's true.
So I mean, if you want to deal with this now, we can deal with it
No,
now.
not now. No.
Okay, but the quorum remains. The quorum is a function of the number of seats on the board, not the number of seated on the board. The number of seats on the board, not the number of seated.
Well, but I
on
mean,
the
according
board.
to our bylaws, only 4 are required now to do business.
That's true, but that's
So that's
different
that's
from
a
the
quorum.
number. It is not. There is a difference between what you are required to have to open a meeting and what you need to pass a resolution. We went over this when Mr. Strayhorn left the board. I'm happy to reshare it with the board in board brief on Friday. But nonetheless, as Mertz has pointed out to us, we notice all of those meetings. So one way or the other, they're publicly noticed. So I don't see that there's an issue one way or the other.
Doing business.
That's right. I think that's a good point. They're advisory.
And then my final point would be, and I don't want to rehash everything, other than to say that if a child is suicidal, that was brought up as an excuse for not telling the parents about that they're identifying as a different gender and stuff. I would think, I can't even comprehend that would be an excuse not to tell the parents. I would think if the parents are dealing with a suicidal child, my goodness, you better tell as much as you can to the parent. I can't believe somebody would advocate withholding anything if a child is suicidal. So that I wasn't able to get that in, so I just feel that.
Fair enough. Thank you. Other board members, Ms. Snyder.
A lot has happened today. I just want to make a few corrections, especially in relationship to healthcare workers and the impact of the pandemic on them. I know a lot of healthcare workers that have felt very frustrated, some who've even been fired over not complying with vaccine mandates when it was actually an issue. But at no time did I encourage the firing of healthcare workers, and I did not hear Tom jailing healthcare workers, which was something that was said earlier. But the pandemic has come with a huge impact on them when it comes to emergency authorized vaccines that every single person should have the right to choose, regardless of the profession that you are in. So if there's any impact that we've seen on healthcare workers through the pandemic, it's truly just the situation that puts people in is so significant and so destructive. So that's what I've seen as it relates to healthcare workers trying to muddle through this experience. And then as it relates to the resolution that we did not discuss further than trying to get it onto the agenda this morning, one of the things I'm noticing is, and I just feel like it needs to be on record and spoken out loud, that, you know, a parent's disagreement with a student regarding sexuality and gender identity is not classified as abuse. And I did listen to what a lot of people had to say during public comment, especially the woman who speaks for Stand for Trans, and she mentioned some things that I think are important to refer back to. The concept of if you have a parent that would kick you out and not put a roof over your head if you are in disagreement with sexuality and gender identity issues with your parent, that's neglect. And we have laws around neglect. And educators and schools are mandatory reporters in relationship to those laws. Not being fed is also neglect. No longer being loved is heartbreaking to hear. I understand that there are differences and disagreements, but we cannot make mass policy in the sense that disagreement equals abuse or neglect. Or that it equals a situation unto which politicians or schools should write policies that put them in a superior position of determining self-righteously that a student should not be communicating with their parents about what is happening at school, or that they shouldn't be communicating with their parents about what is happening at school. Mere disagreement is something that adults deal with every single day. They deal with it in important relationships. They deal with it when they work. They deal with it in marriage. They deal with it in friendships. To send the message that disagreement equals abuse and neglect, and therefore, because they don't have what they would define as a loving or affirming home, we have to be careful to differentiate those two, because we already have laws surrounding abuse and neglect of children. And yes, it disproportionately impacts LGBTQ youth. There's no denying that either. So one can be compassionate and extend grace for the reality of the situation, but then be abundantly clear about what boundaries government should not cross. And I still think that was a missed opportunity here today. And it's heartbreaking. It's scary. It feels dark. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Snyder. Other board members? Other board, Ms. Tilley?
I think, did you want to say something? Okay. I'm going to shorten what I wanted to say because I have a lot. First, I want to thank everybody that spoke today. We had a lot of people share their stories. They were open, honest, courageous, and vulnerable. And their voices are appreciated in helping us to better understand the needs of their community and remind us why some of our most vulnerable students need compassion and support. All of our students need to feel safe. And some of the parental comments were a little scary, saying that it's schizophrenic delusions and they don't love themselves. That type of language can traumatize a child for the rest of their lives. I think that these trainings in the schools, the professional development trainings, are so important. I would also say that we probably need to offer or give access to parent trainings around the subject. I think that would be very important. Even access to support groups for families dealing with these issues. Nobody wants to isolate the parents. That's not the vein of what the trainings are about, or what we feel as board members. Parents, you know, as parents, we have to let our children know that they can come to us and talk to us about anything, and they have to feel safe to do that. And we don't, as parents, always have all of the tools that we need in our toolbox. So those, you know, trainings and support systems are so important to make sure that we have the tools so that our children come first and they are getting what they need. And their mental health comes first. Also, I'm sorry I missed the legislative committee meeting. I was actually, we got an invite, the state board got an invite to come to the Peter White Library in the UP, and I was there speaking during that time. But I wanted to thank them for hosting me and for giving me the opportunity to be a part of their kickoff to community conversations. I was able to speak about school safety and how SEL can be a tool when it comes to school safety. Also, Dr. Joe Lubick, the Associate Dean of the Education Department at Northern Michigan University, gave great remarks. Dr. Amanda Nickerson from the Aberti Center for Bullying Abuse Prevention at the University of Buffalo gave a great presentation on school abuse bullying prevention. I received a tour of the library, and they have a lot of rich history, many wonderful programs, and an amazing children's library. And one of the programs that they have, it's a seed program. I brought back some seeds from up there. And what they do is they let people come take the seeds for free. You plant the seeds, you get seeds from what you planted, you bring seeds back to the library. And so I spoke about that at the end of my presentation, and I said, every day we're planting seeds in our children. Let's be careful how we plant them. So, thank you.
Amen, Ms. Tilley. And behind you, Ms. Hanson was head bobbing.
Yes, with the big smile.
She appreciated that. Other reflections, Dr. Pugh.
Just real quick, you know, just to clarify, the reference that I made, because it was me who made the reference, the brick hit me, but it was Dr. Caldoun that there were threats to jail her or charge her, and she's a healthcare professional. We had really good conversation here. One of the things that I just really want to emphasize is the fact that this board is not impotent. And I don't think that we believe that, but I think that sometimes the way that things are said, it could come across in that way. And I did appreciate, Dr. Rice, one of the comments that you made is that where we may not have authority in some places, the way that we respond to issues and speak up, advocate, is where our power is in a lot of instances. And that's a lot, you know, and it means a lot for parents. I mean, I get thanked for what I do and what this board does for parents often, and carrying their voice to this table, as well as some of the other mechanisms that we said that we use to make sure that we're carrying their voice. And we do hear from parents a lot, and we do respond. And so I just wanted to make sure that we were clarifying that.
Thank you, Dr. Pugh. Other board members? Okay. So just two last thoughts. The first is to the issue of authority versus influence. You don't have a lot of authority, but you have an enormous amount of influence. And you exercise that influence by passing the resolution that you passed just a few minutes ago. You exercise that influence by pointing out that the Senate Majority Leader promised a hearing on gun safety reform and hasn't moved on that in almost 1 year since Oxford. You've exercised your influence substantially today. You should feel good about that. There are other opportunities to exercise your influence as well. Your influence is not authority, but it is tremendously impactful. And don't believe otherwise. So that's the first thing. And then the second and final thing that I will say is that we are not saying, and no one said here, that disagreement on policy is abuse and neglect. That is not at all what we are saying. We are saying that there are some that, when confronted with the sexuality or gender identity of their children, react abusively. That's not simply my opinion, although that is my opinion. It's the testimony of parents, educators, and students that you heard today. Those were their stories. Those were their words. And you need to wrestle with their histories. Future meeting dates are Tuesday, November 15th, Tuesday, December 13th, Tuesday, January 10th. All regular meetings, all at 9:30. If there are any topics board members